Good morning, Commissioners. This is the July 12th public hearing of the Landmarks Preservation Commission. Chair Srinivasan. Here. Commissioner Bland. Commissioner Chapin. Commissioner Chen. Commissioner Devonshire. Commissioner Goldblum. Commissioner Gustafson. Here. Commissioner Lutfi. Commissioner Shamir Barron. Here. Commissioner Voss. Here.
Okay, Commissioners, good morning. We're going to we'll look at the first two items together. And the first application is a certificate of appropriateness, docket number 184038. This is 39-37 47th Street, 7 Cent Gardens Historic District. This is a row house with colonial revival style details designed by Clarence Stein and Henry Wright and built in 1927. The application is to legalize the rebuilding of the front stoop without Landmarks Preservation Commission permits. And the second item is docket number 183771. It's 39-39 47th Street, located within the Sunnyside Gardens Historic District. Also a row house with colonial-style details designed by Clarence Stein and Henry Wright in 1927. The application is to legalize the rebuilding of the front stoop without Landmarks Preservation Commission permits.
Good morning, Commissioners. Abby Harbert, Preservation staff. Application is to legalize this stoop, replacement of the stoop without Landmarks Preservation Commission permits, which is shared by the buildings at 39-39 and 39-37 47th Street, which is located here between 39th Avenues and Skillman Avenue in the Sunnyside Gardens Historic District. So at the time of designation, the building shared a concrete stoop, as you can see here. Recently, the concrete stoop was replaced with a brick stoop with limestone treads, as you can see here in this photograph. Now, this does not match the historic conditions, which would have been either just brick or wood, but it will match other modern stoops found in the historic district. So the applicants are requesting that the current stoop be legalized, and they are here to answer any questions. Just as an example here are the tax photos. This is the two buildings at 39-39 and 39-37 47th Avenue. You can't really see the stoop here. Here's a tax photo of a pair of buildings similar to theirs further down the block that were built at the same time. Again, the historic stoops probably would have been either wood or brick, like we see in other parts of the district. But this does match these. This is what we're proposing to legalize. It does match other modern stoops.
It's only the stoop itself.
It's only the stoop itself. Yep, not the further area way up to it. Any questions?
Are there any questions? Any questions? Right, we'll take testimony. Is that
One is the wrong address, but I assume it's the one that should be here. Yeah, they're both.
Are there any speakers on this item? Any speakers? There's no speakers. Community Board 2. Just want to make sure. So, Community Board 2 for application 3936 47th Street.
39-39 and 39-37.
Oh, okay, they've got the, okay, all right. They made a motion and second to support the application. Sorry that took so long. All right, are there any questions? Okay, we can close the hearing. Comments? Are there any concerns about legalizing? Because I guess given that there are other stoops that have this similar material, and even though it's not historic, it seems consistent with other buildings in the district. You fine with that? I know that may be a tripping hazard. All right. Okay, so why don't we move to decision? Fred, the two resolutions.
Is it both of them?
It's both of them.
Read them separately and vote separately. Right, okay.
Okay, in the matter of
39-37, 47th Street in the Sunnyside Gardens Historic District. The application is to legalize the rebuilding of the front stoop without Landmark Preservation Commission permit. I note that the building style, scale, materials, and details, and siting are among the features that contribute to the special architectural and historic character of the Sunnyside Historic District, and I recommend approval, noting that the concrete stairs which existed at the time of designation were simply designed and a subordinate feature, therefore their replacement did not eliminate a significant architectural feature or important unifying element of the streetscape, that the design, materials, and finishes of the brick and limestone stairs are compatible with the style, materials, and finishes of the house and in keeping with such aspects of modern entrance steps found at houses throughout the streetscape and historic district, and that this work has not diminished the significant architectural or historic character of the building, its neighbor, or historic district.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Application's approved.
And in the matter of 39-39, 47th Street, Sunnyside Gardens Historic District, the application is to legalize the rebuilding of the front stoop without Landmark Preservation Commission permits. Again, I recommend approval, noting that the concrete stairs which existed at the time of designation were simply designed in subordinate feature, therefore the replacement did not eliminate a significant architectural feature or important unifying element of the streetscape, that the design, materials, and finishes of the brick and limestone stairs are compatible with the style, materials, and finishes of the house and in keeping with such aspects of modern entrance steps found at houses throughout the streetscape and historic district, and that this work has not diminished the significant architectural or historic character of the building, its neighborhood, or its historic the historic district.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? This application's approved.
Commissioners, the third item on the agenda is an application for a certificate of appropriateness of Borough of Brooklyn, docket number 18-1461. This is 114 Noble Street, located within the Greenpoint Historic District. This is a wood frame house built in 1852, and the application is to replace the stoop.
Good morning, Commissioners. Agri-Stock Preservation staff present to you an application for 114 Noble Street, which is located between Franklin Street and Lorimer Street in the Greenpoint Historic District. Application is to replace in kind the existing brick and stone stoop, as you can see here. That was there during time of designation. Garrett Savage, the owner of the building, will present the proposal to you.
Good morning, Commission, Commissioners. So like Mr. Stolk said, I'm here to ask for approval from you in regards to the design and rebuild of our stoop. We bought the house 6 years ago. We inherited the stoop. The stoop predates the 1982 landmark designation in our neighborhood. As you can see on page 4, the stoop is in disrepair and needs to be replaced. There's cracks in the landing and in the steps. The lintel above the basement door is rusting. The bricks are shifting forward at the top of the steps. It's not waterproof, and it's prone to leaking during rain and snow. So our house was built in 1852. The house is wood frame, and the 1940s tax photo shows wood siding of our house and a wood stoop. The facade of the house, as you can see, has been altered significantly since then. The cornice has been removed, aluminum siding now covers the wood siding, and the current stoop has a brick foundation with brick risers and limestone treads and landing. That is similar to most of the wood frame houses on our block. So we're proposing to rebuild the stoop using a brick foundation, red brick foundation with blue stone treads and a landing. We can't build a wood stoop like the one in the 1940s photo because DOD rules will not allow a wood stoop to be built. And there are currently no wood stoops in our historic district. So our block is a mix of wood frame houses and brick houses. The western half of our block is almost all wood frame houses. That's 25 of the 27 houses, and most of them have stoops with brick risers and brick side walls. The eastern half of our block, in contrast, is brick houses. About half of the brick houses also have stoops with brick risers and brick sidewalls. And the other half of those have mostly cement stucco stoops, which match their cement stucco front walls above grade up to the threshold of their main entry door. So page 6 illustrates this. The top left photos are at the end of the eastern half of our block, which is the brick half, and then you're moving to the west, and you get into the wood frame houses. So our house is the upper right, number 114. Our next door neighbor, just to the left of that, number 116, and there's a photo below. That's a wood frame house, and last February, your commission approved a nearly identical stoop design. The red brick with bluestone treads and landing. So our intention is to build a stoop that is in line with the ones on our block, in our district, and is historically appropriate. As I mentioned, most of the wood houses have brick foundations for their stoops, and the use of bluestone treads and pavers is consistent with the district's historic bluestone sidewalks, bluestone paved yards, and bluestone basement steps, illustrations of which are on the 8th page. A note about the fence, right now it's red and white. That predates the landmark designation as well, and it's our intention to keep the fence but paint it black.
Are there any questions?
You said it's almost identical to the one next door to you that we approved. Do you know what the differences are?
It's identical. I mean, it's red with bluestone. I think that their landing may be concrete, and I want ours to be all bluestone. But yeah, I was sort of hedging my nearly identical.
Are there any other questions? Any questions? Are there any speakers on this item? No speakers. Community Board 1, Brooklyn, recommends approval of this application. Do we have any other questions for the applicant? We can close the hearing. Right, comments? Yes?
I think this is approvable, but I think what would be preferable to that hokey Flintstone edging would be a straight arras and straight front.
Okay. Does commissioners agree? Yes.
With that said, I think this is the kind of thing that staff might be able to do. I mean, if there's like a strong contextual basis for it, I don't think it,
Yes.
sorry. I think it's the kind of thing that staff could do for the long list of rule amendments. I would put this on there.
But I think what Commissioner Goldman's commenting on is applications like this, which are generally pretty straightforward, and there's, while it may not meet the historical context, I mean, what it was historically, but in the neighborhood, you have plenty of examples. That's something that we could consider deferring to staff in our rules. It's something for us to think about. Okay. I think we can ask the applicant to work with staff on the profile of the tread. Any other concerns? Okay, do you do any other items for the record?
Thank you. In the matter of docket 18-1461, 114 Noble Street, Greenpoint Historic District, a wood frame house built in 1852. The application is to replace the stoop. I note that the building style, scale, materials, and details are among the features that contribute to the architectural and historic character of the Greenpoint Historic District. I further note that building code regulations preclude the possibility of replicating the historic wood material of the stoop. I recommend approval with some modifications, finding that the removal of the existing modern stoop will not eliminate historic fabric, that the building code precludes the possibility of reconstructing the historic wood material of the stoop, that the presence of a masonry stoop is compatible with the altered condition of the building and is in keeping with the variety of stoops found throughout the streetscape, that the bluestone material of the treads is in keeping with the variety of materials historically used for entrance steps at buildings of this age and does not draw undue attention to this stoop, that the basic design proportions and profiles of the stoop are in keeping with historic stoops found at buildings of this type and style, and that this work does not preclude the replacement of the existing stoop as part of a larger restoration in the future. I recommend that the applicant work with the staff to, tweak the profile of the bluestone so that it is smooth and does not call any undue attention.
All in favor? Any opposed? This application is approved.
We're going to skip ahead in the agenda just one item to item number 5. The application is for certificate of appropriateness, the Borough of Brooklyn, docket number 183206. This is 315 Vanderbilt Avenue, located within the Clinton Hill Historic District. This is a commercial building built in the 1940s, and the application is to install a barrier-free access ramp and an egress stair.
Commissioners, Mary Service, Preservation Staff. 315 Vanderbilt Avenue is a commercial building located on the east side of Vanderbilt Avenue between Lafayette and DeKalb Avenues. The building has been used for commercial purposes, an artist studio, a daycare, a private residence, and is in the process of being converted back into a daycare. This application is to install a barrier-free access ramp at the front of the building and to install an egress stair at the rear of the building, which is minimally visible from Lafayette Street. Additional work includes a new bluestone path, alterations to the driveway gate, and new window openings, which meet the rules for a staff-level approval. The applicant, John Field of Building Studio Architects, is here to explain the proposal and answer questions.
Good morning, Commissioners. Again, this is 315 Vanderbilt. Our proposal involves a barrier-free access ramp at the front of the building. I'm going to skip right ahead. Within the existing gate, there's an existing iron gate. It is not all the way against the building. We're retaining a planting bed. There's a climbing rose that's on the building now. Our goal is to preserve that. We have enough width to accommodate an 18-inch planting bed and a new steel ramp and platform at the existing entry doors. Modifications to the gate are an existing gate. This will be modified to open along the side of the building. At the rear of the building, we're proposing exit stairs, an exterior covered egress stair. There is minimal visibility from Lafayette through the center, over a tall brick wall. There's an air conditioning unit that's partially visible. Again, this is the air conditioning unit. This is the corner of the building. Our egress stair is at the second floor, descending down. Are there any questions?
Thank you. Are there any questions? Any questions? Yes, so the fence is being taken out? I'm sorry if I didn't read that right.
The fence at the front is to remain. It is not being taken out, it is not being touched. There are presently gates on that fence. Those swing out, those will be locked open. No change there. Everything is behind the gate. It will be black painted steel, diamond plate, and railing within the existing gate. The existing gate is outside. We're going to come right off it with a new ADA handrail.
But no planters on the gate side anymore, or no?
No planter on the, we don't have enough plan here. We can, one or the other. We chose to keep the rows against the building, the map at the street side.
Okay, any other questions? Are there any speakers on this item? Any speakers? All right. Community Board 2 recommends approval of this application. And any other questions for the applicant? We can close the hearing. All right, comments? Concerns? Any concerns about it? Okay. Well,
In the matter of docket number 18-3206, 315 Vanderbilt Avenue in the Clinton Hill Historic District, the application is to install a barrier-free access ramp and egress stair. I note the building style, scale, materials, and details are among the features that contribute to the special architectural and historic character of the Clinton Hill Historic District. I recommend approval, noting that the new ramp, consisting of a concrete curb with metal plates and handrails, will be partially concealed by the existing iron fence, that the proposed ramp will allow for full accessibility into the building in the least obtrusive manner, that the modification of the center planting bed at the Vanderbilt Avenue facade for the accommodation of the new barrier-free access ramp will not result in the loss of or damage to any significant architectural or historic features, that the installation of the proposed exterior stair at the rear of the building will allow for a safety egress and will only be minimally visible from Lafayette Avenue, and that the proposed work will not detract from the special architectural and historic character of the building or the Clinton Hill Historic District.
all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? This application is approved.
Okay, Commissioners, we'll move on to item number 6. It's an application for a certificate of appropriateness, the Borough of Brooklyn, docket number 18-0372, 394-396 Vanderbilt Avenue, located within the Fort Greene Historic District. Pair of transitional Italian neo-Gothic-style row houses signed by Thomas B. Jackson. The application is to construct a rear-yard addition and install a barrier-free access ramp at the areaway. Sorry.
Good morning, Victor Tamani, Preservation staff. This is 2 row houses, 394 and 396 Vanderbilt Avenue in Fort Greene. The applicant is proposing a multi-story rear yard addition that spans the full width, combining them both here. And then at the front, the applicant is proposing a barrier-free access ramp that comes down the side of one areaway and then passes underneath the stoop. The applicant's here to... Good morning, my name is Elliott. I'm the architect of this project. This is the historic map showing the location of the property. Historic map showing the location of the property. And as Victor mentioned, the block map. So there's a few other, there's a 3-story addition here on the block. Where our proposed extension is about 13'7", and our neighbor's extensions on either side of us is deeper than the proposed addition. It's the proposed and existing cellar plan, which will remain unaltered. The footprint of the cellar will remain unaltered. Proposed basement plan with the ramp in the front here, as Victor mentioned, and then here showing the 13'7" addition in the rear. So on the basement plan, we're going to have 2 units, one on the left side and one on the right side, and we're maintaining the existing masonry wall between the 2 buildings. Here's a closer detail of that ramp, where you come down one side of the ramp, you make a pivot, come down even further, down to the basement level, where you can enter at grade to both units. And these 2 units are the only 2 required accessible units for the building. And on either side of the ramp, on either side there's a planter located here and a planter here with a staircase for direct access to that basement elevation. It's the proposed first floor plan. At this point, it's on the first, second, and third floor plan, it's 1 apartment per floor. Proposed second floor plan. Proposed third floor plan. And the proposed third floor plan does not have the extension, and a terrace is created by on the roof of the proposed extension below. The proposed roof plan, we're setting back our front parapet railing 6 feet in the front and 5 feet in the back, so it's minimal visible from the front and rear facade. And there's a proposed 8-foot bulkhead here for roof access, as well as the condensers for the building. Here's the proposed, existing and proposed front elevation. In a technical drawing, we do see the railing, but as you see from photos later in the presentation, you don't see the railing from the street. Proposed rear elevation. The proposed addition is made out of masonry, and the third floor is proposed to be painted Benjamin Moore brick red. And there's a reveal in the middle of the proposed addition to memorialize the fact that these were 2 townhouses at one point. It's the existing elevation, existing rear elevation, 394 on the left, 396 on the right. This is the existing neighbor pictures, 392 on the left, 398 on the right. Behind this fence is a 1-story addition. Here's proposed rear elevations with before and after, including the neighbors. Here's some photos of the mock-up of the bulkhead. As you can see, it's a very slim, just utility staircase that takes you up to the roof. And here's the front railing that's set back from the front facade. And the proposed material for the bulkhead is gray stucco. Here are the front facade and rear facade photos. You can see from the front facade, there's the railing is not visible, and from the rear facade, the stair bulkhead is somewhat visible. Proposed section, existing section, and a sightline diagram. Thank you.
Commission, just to clarify, the rooftop bulkhead will be reviewed at staff level, and that's not visible from the public there.
Are there any questions? Yes.
What's the material on the rear window sills and lintels?
Yes, Dan?
Yeah, just one question. The staff comment said that your extension extends beyond the neighboring buildings, and it looks from just page 2 or so that you don't actually, that you're not extending further, so could you just clarify that?
To our direct neighbors, we're not extending beyond our direct neighbors.
That's what I was talking about. Thank you, I understand. Thank you.
And this is multi-units, right? So they're 2 separate ones and then...
So it's 5 units.
5 units. And they share, in terms of the back?
No, the
rear yard.
The rear yard belongs to the 2 basement units.
The 2 basements. Yes, Michael?
On this plan, it seems that the overwhelming majority of the additions on the block, such as they are 1-story, with a couple of 2. Tell me why it's appropriate to have 3.
We are keeping short dimensions, 13'7", so shallower than our direct neighbors, and we are leaving that top floor, the top masonry details of the third floor as is, and just as a commercial viability, we feel like 3 stories makes sense to the owner.
Any other questions? Okay, we'll take testimony. Robertson?
Good morning, Commissioners. Barbara Zay of the Historic Districts Council. HDC finds the areaway and ramp to be acceptable changes. While the proposed rear yard addition is made of contextual materials and a sensitive build rhythm, its bulk is concerning considering the modest size of these two row houses. The addition should not overwhelm the scale and character of the buildings on the block. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other speakers? The Community Board 2 waive their opportunity to comment on this application. Do we have any other questions for the applicant? Okay, in that case, we can close the hearing. All right, comments? Yes, Fred?
I think this is an unusual, strange thing to do, to two perfectly nice, vertical, rearranged townhouses. My understanding in the marketplace, it's probably more valuable the other way, but what makes this approvable is that the rear addition continues the fenestration pattern of two separate houses with an extension. Therefore, I can support it, even though I question why one would do all this. But in any event, there you go.
Okay, other comments? Yes, Diana.
Yeah, I agree with Fred, and I also think, it's not a pristine block. There are many additions, and it's a fairly deep lot, and they don't extend beyond their adjacent neighbors, and they have kind of recessed the upper floor. So I think that in this case, it's approvable.
Okay, Michael?
I think it's fine, except for the rear addition, which I think should be limited to 2 stories. 2 stories.
Other commissioners? Yes, Kim.
I'm willing to accept the 3, because it's a wider lot, and he's not coming out any further than the adjacent additions, though it's a little higher, but I think the bulk is, it's workable. So I'm okay with the 3 stories.
Okay. Other comments? All right, I just want to add to what Kim said about the third story. I agree with Michael, there are mostly 1- and 2-story additions at the rear, but I'm just looking at this map. It isn't a very pristine block, and I think what you have here is a couple of them which are 2 stories are much deeper into the rear yard, and so this is a little bit of a trade-off because its depth is less than much of the intrusions, and therefore, again, I think that overall, even though it got to 3 stories because the extension is limited, that I don't think it overwhelms the 2 buildings. So are the commissioners okay with the third story?
And if the use were to change and it would become a one-family residence, sort of, or one-owner lot, do we feel the same way about it? And we don't comment on the use, but I'm just asking that. Do we?
For me, I think that it's not based on the fact that it's a multiple dwelling. I'm just thinking about the bulk that they're proposing at the rear, the proportion of that vis-a-vis the existing buildings, as well as the rear yards.
I think I agree.
Okay, did you want to read that?
Yes. In the matter of 180372, docket, and that's 396 Vanderbilt Avenue in the Fort Greene Historic District. The application is to construct a rear yard addition and install a barrier-free access ramp. No, is it?
Yes, right.
Yes, it is. I'm sorry.
The presentation included the access ramp right from the beginning.
In the area, that's right. Okay, sorry. I know that the building's style, scale, materials, and details are among the features that contribute to the special architectural and historic character of the Fort Greene Historic District. And I recommend approval finding that the proposed work will not eliminate or cause damage to any significant architectural features, that the proposed rear yard addition will not be visible from any public thoroughfare, that the proposed rear yard addition will not rise to the full height of the buildings and will maintain a sense of the building's original volume, that the proposed rear yard addition will utilize materials fenestration and a division of floor levels that will be in keeping with the material palette and residential scale of the buildings, that the depth of the addition will maintain a substantial rear yard and will relate to the varied additions in this block, that the proposed ramp will allow for barrier-free access to the building without damaging or altering any significant architectural features, that the ramp is modest in scale and features a simple L-shaped run and will not detract from the architectural or visual character of the buildings or streetscape, that the proposed bluestone ramp paving will be in keeping with materials palette of the buildings and typical areaway conditions, and that the proposed modification of the stoop to create a second opening and pass-through at 396 Vanderbilt Avenue to allow barrier-free access to the areaway of 394 Vanderbilt Avenue will not cause undue attention to itself, and that the proposed work will not detract from the special architectural and historic character of the buildings or the Fort Greene Historic District.
All in favor? Any opposed? This application's approved.
Okay, Commissioners, we'll move back to item number 4 on the agenda. The application is for certificate of appropriateness for Brooklyn docket number 180506. This is 130 Montague Street, located within the Brooklyn Heights Historic District. This is a Gothic revival style row house built in 1850 to 60 and later altered with storefronts at the basement and parlor floor, and the application is to install signage.
Good morning, Commissioners. Caroline Passion, Preservation Staff. The subject property is located on the south side of the street, just to the east of Henry Street. The applicant is proposing to install a steel post at the parlor level, and it will be featuring a metal bracket sign, and the applicant, Ernest Crosby, is here to discuss this proposal.
Hello, good morning, sorry. So the ownership of European Wax Center, we had a unique problem in which we had clients, let me just show you the top and bottom level. There's a store at the bottom level, and our store's at the parlor level, and just for store identification purposes, we wanted to install a metal bracket sign. If you look at, I believe it is page 6, the adjacent store has also a metal bracket sign as well. Optometrists, our bracket sign is to mirror the same exact bracket sign that's at the optometry office, just for identification of the store at the parlor level. The bracket sign is to be 18 inches by 18 inches. It's been painted, and it's just for the identification of where our store actually is located.
Thank you. Are there any questions?
Is that the only signage that that store has?
At this point in time, yes. We intend to apply for signage, some signage at the storefront glazing. The appropriate signage, nothing more than is actually required, accepted. So possibly 20% of the glazing composed of signage in the future. Thank you.
Are there any other questions? Are there any speakers on this item? Community Board 2 recommends approval of this application. Okay, if there are no other questions for the applicant, we can close the hearing. Any comments? Very straightforward. Yes.
You should think come up with a creative way to embody his store's mission like the optometrist did.
That's what that would be, but okay. It's a,
yes, Diana.
Yeah, it's a very busy commercial district, of course, and there are a lot of the above and below establishments, and it is kind of hard to pick them out sometimes, so I'm okay with
Right, Montague Street is quite unique that way because it has second-story retail.
My hood, I need to get to that wax and...
They could have a mustache and say,
Okay, great. Diana, do you want to read that into the record, please?
Geez, I have it right here, sorry. There we go. In the matter of certificate of appropriateness for Brooklyn, 180506, 130 Montague Street, the Brooklyn Heights Historic District. I note that the building style, scale, materials, and details are among the features that contribute to the special architectural and historic character of the Brooklyn Heights Historic District. I recommend the pro finding that the installation of a proposed sign and post will not cause damage to or conceal any significant architectural features of the building, that the proposed sign will be well scaled to the building and will not be visually intrusive in the streetscape, calling to attention to itself, or adversely affect adjacent buildings, that the proposed post and sign will be consistent signage found in buildings of this age, style, and type, and signage found in neighboring buildings along Montague Street in terms of size, type, and materials, and that the proposed work will not detract from the special architectural or historic character of the building or the Brooklyn Heights Historic District.
Excuse me, all in favor? Any opposed? Application's approved.
Okay, now we're back in order. We're going to move on to item number 7 on the agenda. It's an application for a certificate of appropriateness for Brooklyn docket number 184546. This is 17 South Elliott Place, located within the Fort Greene Historic District. This is an Italianate-style house built in 1870, and the application is to construct a rear yard addition.
Good morning, Commissioners. Molly Hughes, Preservation Staff. This item is 17 South Elliott Place, located between DePaul Avenue and Lafayette Avenue in Fort Greene Historic District. 17 South Elliott Place is an Italianate-style house built in 1870. The proposal is to construct a one-story rear yard addition, which will not be visible from any public thoroughfare. Commissioners, please note that this application is presented today because the majority of buildings in the block do not feature comparable rear yard additions and therefore do not meet staff level rules. Architect Alta Indelman is here to elaborate and answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Alta Indelman. I'm the architect for this project. The project is a basement level only addition at the rear of the house at 17 South Elliott Place. The existing deck that stops at parlor level will be removed. The new addition will be at exactly the same height as the existing deck. We reviewed at staff level, and Ms. Hughes will correct me if I'm incorrect, and approved at staff level everything except one item, and I'll tell you what's been reviewed at staff level that's been approved. As Ms. Hughes said, it is not visible from a public thoroughfare. We are retaining the majority of the rear wall of the house at the basement level and removing only one pier. The addition consequently is added with the rear wall intact. The rear wall will be featured in the house, and we're simply building one room depth, one rather small bedroom depth beyond that. The majority of the buildings on the block do have rear additions. The majority of buildings on the block do have rear additions that are as tall as, or taller, most of them are taller than this. The only item that was not approvable at staff level was the depth of the addition into the yard. Although there are a number of additions that are clearly very large and deeper than this one, we could not determine that the majority of additions were as deep or deeper into the yard as this. Staff approximated maybe about 3-foot discrepancy that could have been approved at staff level. In order to have a furnishable room for this addition, we do need to be at the depth. We're extending beyond the rear face of the wall 13'6". The existing deck extends approximately 9 feet past. And what I wanted to point out about this particular green space is that it's very, very compartmentalized. Many of the additions at the rear of the houses, which you can see at the bottom, are quite tall. Some of them are 2 or 3 stories in height. although not necessarily as deep as ours. However, the yards are terraced and raised. They're not a single level, and our yard, the yard at 17 South Elliott, is actually raised twice, as are adjacent yards, because of, my understanding is that there are outcroppings of stone in the yards, and they were terraced originally. And consequently, our addition at basement level extends only about 6 feet high above the main level of the yard. All the fences are higher. Some of the terraced yards, as you can see in this terracing, this particular terraced yard from behind is as tall as my addition at basement level at the South Elliott Street house. The materials that we're using, standing seam, freedom gray, copper, coated copper with an articulated cornice, and other details, planting, the terrace will be used as was the deck, so that it will be decorative, and there will be flower pots and so forth. We believe that we're not in any way disturbing the ambiance of the green space and possibly enhancing it, because the back of the house currently with the deck is a little messy, and this will be a little neater and only at the same height. So the parlor level French doors will be visible, and the same rear of the house will be visible above the addition.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions? Any questions for the applicant? Are there any speakers on this item? No speakers. Community Board 2 recommends approval of this application. If there are no other questions for the applicant, we can close the hearing. Comments? Well, I think it's very modest, and I understand this meet the staff rules, but if you look at it in the context of this building and the context of the donut and the rear yards, it really is sort of just extending a little bit further than the deck that they have right now to make a livable room. And it's not visible, it's at the lower level, and I think some of the explanation that the applicant gave us in terms of the fact that it'll just be 6 feet higher above the grade because of the varying grades of the rear yard, I think also minimizes the impact. Okay? All right, Kim?
In the matter of 17 South Elliott Place, Fort Greene Historic District, application is to construct a rear yard addition. I note that the building style, scale, materials, and details are among the features that contribute to the special architectural and historic character of the Fort Greene Historic District. I recommend approval, finding that the proposed work will not eliminate or cause damage to significant architectural features, that the proposed rear yard addition will not be visible from any public thoroughfare, that the proposed rear yard addition will not rise to the full height of the building and will maintain a sense of the building's original volume, that the modest one-story scale and simple massing of the addition will maintain the central green space and the building's relationship with other buildings with additions in the row, that the proposed work will not detract from the special architectural and historic character of the building or the Fort Greene Historic District.
Second. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? This application is approved.
Thank you.
Commissioners, the next item on the agenda is item 8, it's an application for certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Brooklyn, docket number 186136. This is 347 Adelphi Street, located within the Fort Greene Historic District. This is an Italian-style row house built circa 1859, and the application was to replace windows.
Good morning, Victor Tomanek, Preservation staff. This is 347 Adelphi Street in Fort Greene. It is this three-story one right here. The application is to install high-performance simulated double-hung windows at the front facade. It's actually this building here with the awnings. It's not the shorter one next door. The manufacturer is Clearwall, which the commission has reviewed and approved previously. So it's just the parlor floor up. So we made 2 over 2s. If the commission has any questions, the architect's here.
Are there any questions? Yes, Kim?
Did the operation of the windows change? Because I think they're not double hung anymore, right? Are they casement?
That's correct. The upper sash is fixed and the lower sash operates as a tilt turn with a European hinge, but it has all the appearance of a double hung window. With the upper sash proud of the lower, and you see the channel adjacent to the lower sash as you would in a traditional weighted double hung.
Excuse me, what color are they going to be?
I'm sorry?
Color?
What, white?
Are they going to be white?
Any other questions? Are there any speakers on this item? No speakers. Community Board 2 recommends approval of this application. We have no other questions. We can close the hearing. Any comments? Yes.
Note for the record that, I don't know, several years ago, we had long discussions about the appropriateness of this, and I think, thank goodness, we decided it was appropriate because it doesn't match precisely, but it certainly matches, at least in our judgment at that point, closely enough, and that these passive houses and super tight windows were a step forward in terms of other societal goals, and therefore we're seeing another one. So I think this is, the ground has been well pioneered for this approval.
Any other comments? All right, good. We can move to a decision.
Regarding 347 Adelphi Street, Fort Greene Historic District, the application is to replace windows. I note that the building style, scale, materials, and details are among the features that contribute to the special architectural and historic character of the Fort Greene Historic District. I further note that the high performance and advanced technology used in the proposed windows is consistent with previous commission approvals of the same type for projects pursuing extremely energy-efficient adaptations of buildings, and is supportive of similar adaptations that may occur incrementally over time at other buildings such as this one. Therefore, I recommend approval, finding that the existing windows are modern replacements that do not closely match the historic windows in terms of details. Therefore, the removal will not result in the elimination of historic fabric, that the proposed windows closely match the historic windows in terms of material configurations, details, profiles, and finished dimensions. That the fixed upper sash will be in a different plane from the lower sash, replicating the appearance of historic window sashes. That the change in operation at the lower sash will only be perceptible when the sash is open, and that the proposed work will enhance the special architectural and historic character of the building and Fort Greene Historic District.
Second, all in favor? Any opposed? Application's approved.
Commissioners, the next item on the agenda is item 9. It's an application for a certificate of appropriateness of the Borough of Brooklyn, docket number 185860. This is 128 Water Street, a.k.a. 41-49 Washington Street, located within the DUMBO Historic District. It's an industrial neoclassical style factory building designed by William Higginson and built in mid-1908. The application is to install storefront infill.
Preservation staff. The application before you is to alter infill at one particular opening, seen here on the photo on the bottom left. A large warehouse building, many different infill types, both grandfathered by the commission over the past year. And the current condition is a loading door, as you can see here on the top photo on the far left. So the application proposes to remove that door and install new multi-light infill that will be fully operable. With that, I'll turn it over to the architect to go through the presentation.
Good morning. My name is Jason Boutin. I am with CWB Architects, representing the project here at 45 Main Street, or also known as, 55 Washington, also known as 128 Water Street. And as was presented, what you're looking at is a rendering of the infill that we're proposing for this one particular bay here. And what you can see is that it's actually part of one continuous space that also wraps the corner and goes through these 4 bays right there. And the project is situated down in the DUMBO Historic District. These are just the elevations of all 4 facades of this building. And you're looking in which it's worth noting here again, just the different type of fenestration that happened on the lower floor. And we have the multi-lights and then the simple double hungs, as well as loading bays on the doors. This is the elevation of Water Street, which is the area that we're looking to propose. It's on the corner with Adam Street wrapping around. This is the existing conditions. Photo of that street with the elevation beneath. Next one. This is on the opposite side of the building along Front Street, and one thing we're noting here is that this bay right infill right here was approved last year sometime by the commission. And this is the elevation along Adam Street, again just sort of highlighting the different the use of this sort of multi-light with some of the double hung and the garage doors. So what we're proposing, actually, this is again just a detailed shot of the existing. Next slide. And what we're proposing, these are, these doors will both slide open. I'm sorry, not slide. They will accordion. So there's, sorry, Franklin, can you zoom in on that? Right. So there's slide to the left and slide to the left, slide to the right. But they open up to the full height, and they pretty much match the proportions of the lights along the infill around the corner. Same color, same thickness of the mullions, and I think is that it? The last slide. That's it. This is just showing the approved fenestration on the opposite side, which again was a little bit different from what we...
Is the material of the existing steel or aluminum?
It's aluminum. What? Yes.
Pretty much throughout?
Yes, there are a couple of older ones that were grandfathered in that were steel, but we, they're for...
The majority of the windows
are aluminum. Correct.
Okay.
You want to go back to the slide, right?
You said that the proportions of the multi-light in this area is similar to the other 2, I guess, the fenestrations at the corner within the
Yes,
tenant
if you want to
space?
go back to the first
Can you show us that?
picture. Okay, right here. So these exist.
Right.
Right, so they have, except where there's a door that enters in, the mullion, it's pretty much a very similar mullion pattern, and same material, same manufacturer that we're going to be using for the, that we use for these. This was done about 5 years ago. I think this was also, we had to present 6 years ago. So it's basically the same system, it's just that this was a loading bay door, so instead of their, so it's pretty much, in these, they're all full height except for a small curve at the bottom.
Okay, but the panels themselves for each multi-light is slightly different, right, from what you're proposing right now? Or is that just an optical illusion?
Oh, I see. Yes,
it's a little bit different, right? I understand the system is the same, but...
And they vary along, so they're basically, these were the same along the south.
Right.
Along the different elevations of the building, they all are slightly different. Because there is no curve here, because this is operable, it's much better to not have a larger one at the bottom and all the rest of them line up and just make these all proportional to the same.
Okay. Are there other questions? Are there any speakers on this item? Any speakers? If there are no speakers, and if there are no other questions, we can close the hearing. Comments? Any concerns of what they're proposing over here? Okay, all right, good. Michael? Commissioner Devonshire, can you read that to the record, please?
In the matter of 128 Water Street, also known as 4149 Washington Street in the DUMBO Historic District, an application to install storefront infill. I recommend approval, finding that the removal of existing exterior metal roll-down door and housing will not result in the loss of historic fabric, and will eliminate features that detract from the special architectural and historical character of the building. That the proposed installation of multi-pane aluminum and glass storefront infill with a painted dark green finish at this bow will be consistent with storefront infill at the other three building facades and will unify the building facades. That the operable accordion configuration of the storefront when open will resemble large loading bays typically found in the district. The proposed storefront infill will be consistent with the previous alterations to this building, reflecting its gradual adaptive reuse over the past 30 years. Hold, please. No, that's it.
Second, all in favor? Any opposed? This application's approved.
Okay, Commissioners, the next item on the agenda is item number 10. It's an application for a certificate of appropriateness for Brooklyn docket number 184427. This is 317 Decatur Street, located within the Bedford-Stuyvesant, expanded Stuyvesant Heights Historic District. This is a Renaissance Revival style row house designed by G. H. Madigan and built in 1892. The application is to construct a rooftop addition.
Good morning, Commissioners. Director of Area Preservation Department staff. This property is located in Bed-Stuy, expanding to Stuyvesant Heights Historic District on the north side of Decatur Street between Malcolm X Boulevard and Stuyvesant Ave. The applicant is proposing to construct a rooftop addition featuring an elevator and stair bulkhead. They're also proposing a spa, mechanical equipment, and railing, something visible from various vantage points around the site. The architect is here to present this application. Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners. Tom Vanderbilt from NV Design Architecture. Let's see. So this is the property at 317 Decatur. It's at the end of a row that begins with this house that has the projecting bay. These are all 3 stories with a basement. It's the last one in the row before another row to the, I always forget what this is, west. That I think is a set of 5 that are then 2 stories in the basement. So part of the visibility of what we're proposing on the roof of this property is a little bit more visible because of the height of the neighbors, as well as a parking lot in the back between this row and this large apartment house. How do I do this? There we go. So this is obviously a larger site plan that shows the same. On the back, we have a little bay that's being stripped of its sort of vinyl or metal siding and being restored. And there's a small portion of the backyard that's being lowered so you can come out of the basement level directly, and there's a new stair that we're proposing immediately adjacent to the bay on the rear. So this is the context. In the front and the back, this is our house, dotted in white. You can see the row here and the drop to the west. This is the back right now. This is covered up in metal siding. The neighbors have projections with small additions. These are the demo plans. These are the new plans. So this is the basement level. We're creating an opening here, lowering by about 18 inches the rear yard here. This is a stair coming down adjacent to this bay. And then there's no significant change till you get to the top. We had previously proposed a rooftop addition that straddled the entire roof, and I think that the testimony from the community board reflects that. Since then, we've pulled this back because of the visibility and the mass, their comments as well as staff comments. What we have essentially is a bulkhead that's a little bit too large to really call a bulkhead, but there's no real habitable space here. There's the stair winding up. a small sort of vestibule for an elevator that comes out. We have then roof deck around it. This roof deck is the roof here, the existing roof, is lowered so that this flat roof deck sort of pushes into it, and then there's a hot tub spa on this side, sort of hidden from view from the back. We've also set back the face and the rear of the limit of the roof deck from the face of the building. So this is existing, this is proposed. Immediately across the street, none of this is visible, but to the left here, down the street, you'll see a little bit, and I'll show this in the photos, but you'll see a little bit of this corner of the rail. And in the back, this is essentially restorative. We have a new window, or a new door. Here, we have a new window where there's currently a little bathroom window, and then this has been opened up and dropped. None of that's visible aside from the restoration. So this is the level of the deck, and it actually pushes down into, and we're reframing this half of the roof from basically the back of the bulkhead to the front. So this height is a little bit less than otherwise would be. The chimney on the other side needs to be raised, which is similar to the raised chimneys further down. So this is the view from immediately across. You can't see anything, but this is the view from just to the left of the house. You can sort of see it's 3 doors down. So this is what you see from across the sidewalk, and this is in all of these photographs. This is that photo zoomed in as far as you can see. So that is the bit of rail that you will see. This is the same thing. It's very difficult to see further down through the trees, but we found a place between the branches that you would be able to see this. This is the old mock-up that was beyond it, but the area that's actually visible is the part that's covered with the orange mesh. And then this is from across the corner. Again, it's extremely difficult to see, but we had actually pictures of this view before the trees leafed out and through all the branches. This is the bit that you'd see, and that's the bulkhead beyond. This is the most visible view. This is from McDonough in the back. That's your regular view. This is zoomed in. Again, this is railing. This isn't built. So you're going to see through that. And this is the bulkhead itself that you would see through that open ramp. And then this is across the street, showing there's actually a little bit of the chimney that you would see, and from down the block you don't see anything. And again, this shows how this roof is leveled out, that pushes this terrace down a little bit so that you don't actually see it from across the street. This is clad in, we're proposing it to be clad in corten, so that it has a very sort of simple reading from the street that's hopefully harmonious with the sort of crafted rust color of the existing brick in the front, even if you don't see them together.
Are there any questions? Any questions for the applicant? Okay, we can take testimony. Barbara Zay?
Barbara Zay of the Historic Districts Council. The proposed corten steel bulkhead is far too visible, sticking out like a sore thumb above this row. Providing roof access should not come at the expense of the greater enjoyment and historic integrity of the streetscape in this and all historic districts. Marring this very visible rooftop with a tall bulkhead would be an unfortunate gesture. I also wanted to note, if I may, that the community board does not support the application. They reached out to me yesterday. Thank you.
Thank you. Paul Donahue?
My name is Paul Donahue. I'm the owner and an occupant of 315 Decatur Street, the immediately adjoining property. I took photos of my own, and from my perspective, the addition would be very visible. The structure is already as tall in its current configuration as any building on the street, and conspicuously taller than nearly all. Only a handful are as tall as this one to begin with. The addition of a rooftop extension, would make it taller than anything else. It's hard for me to imagine that this is even being seriously considered, but certainly intensely opposed. I think no doubt in my mind that it is not consistent with the character of the block, that it would be a major disruption, that it would reduce my property value. I don't know exactly if there have been other, how long this particular owner has been the owner, but I have evidence, some of their past proposals and the state in which the yard is kept, past construction practices to which my tenant also has testified prior to construction. They've damaged the interior of my walls through their practices. I think material that was discarded from their previous rear extension backup was thrown down in such a careless way that some of it landed in my yard, creating a hazard. So not only is the proposal, I think totally unacceptable on its face, but the owners have a history of bad acting, in my opinion, and I urge the rejection of this proposal.
Thank you. Are there other speakers on this item? No, the speakers, Community Board 3 does not support this application, and just to clarify some of the issues is that the bulkhead is highly visible, the chimney is too high, and the HVAC unit on the roof should be concealed. Can you just respond to wish of the Community Board? Are they speaking to a previous proposal? Where are the chimneys? Are they disappeared?
What was presented to the community board was essentially, let me go back to the plan. It was essentially this same footprint, but it went all the way across. And this hot tub was on this side. And because this went all the way across, this chimney and this chimney both had to be extended up. So what was, this chimney especially was very visible because it was extended, 8 plus 4, 12 feet, something like that. And this whole facade was over here, and you could plainly see a good portion of that from the street.
And the HVAC units, are they still
They were on this side. They were not visible, but there was anxiety on the community board that somehow they would be, but they were not visible.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Are there other questions for the applicant? I'm sorry, we're not taking questions from the audience. It's only the commission asking the applicant no questions. One of the speakers? Yes, she will. Okay. We have one of the speaker, Perry DeFino. Given 3 minutes.
Hello, my name is Perry DeFino, and I live at 159 Bainbridge Street, which is a block over from Decatur where the extension is being built. Maybe
then one house over, almost directly in line with the house where the rooftop extension is in question. I'm also part of the CB3 Landmarks Committee, Community Board Committee. And I just wanted to say that when you're walking down Stuyvesant, what you see is a corner apartment building, a clear row of 3-story houses, and then this house is the first in the rise of 4-story houses. So to add another extension would make that rise even more egregious, even if it's slightly less visible than the one that was presented to our committee. The other issue, which is seldom talked about, I know the big issue is see it from the street or don't see it from the street, but we in the neighborhood also see these extensions from our homes. We could go into our 3rd-story window. We can go up to our 3rd stories, look out the windows, see a clear roofscape of the neighborhood around us. This is part of what makes our neighborhood livable the way that we bought into it. And to be able to have to look out our windows and see a series of extensions across the top, because to be sure, if this gets approved, it's the first in a series of others that can get approved, is incongruous with the nature of the historic district and why it was designated to begin with. So I just wanted to add that point, that not only is it visible from the street, but it's visible to all of the neighbors surrounding this house from their own homes. Thank you.
Thank you. Any more speakers? Okay. Do we have any other questions for the applicant?
Yeah, just whether the railing can be set back on the front?
On the front?
Yeah.
Yes. It would be, go to, we could absolutely set this back, say, to the chimney or beyond. Sorry.
We could set the rail back to the chimney and pull it completely out of view.
And is there any way to reduce the massing on the rooftop addition?
Right now, it's minimized. I mean, we just have, I believe, what's the ceiling height in there? 7 feet? So it's at its absolute minimum. It's the elevator is such that the override for it is 8 feet above the last stop, and this is the last stop. So even removing that, you're still going to have the height involved in just headroom from the stair coming up. So the height is minimized at this point.
So the elevator is, it doesn't come to
It comes to the roof level.
It does?
It does. It does.
But the stair from the 3rd floor to the roof is a new stair?
Yes.
So in theory, I mean, if the elevator didn't necessarily go that high, you could have a stair with a different configuration that might make for a smaller bulkhead?
Yes, it wouldn't have I think it needs to, because the elevator is where it is and would be landing down below, this stair configuration would still be necessary. So I think that the size and location of this bulkhead would be sort of set right here. So it would have that same depth. That's part of the reason we felt comfortable with this, despite the fact that it's visible, because this face is only visible from, a raking angle, and I'm not sure that you can really understand this dimension so much. It's really that dimension that drives the image of the...
I don't know the extent of the renovation on the interior, but if you were to kind of flip the arrangement where the elevator was on the west side and the regular stair was on the east side, and the regular stair could just continue up like a regular bulkhead, right?
True. You could have, if you got rid of that and redid the stairs completely, you could keep it all over in this direction. It would have basically, I think, this close to the same footprint, but rotated.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, yes, Fred?
Yeah, you could also angle, I think, the bulkhead, so it looks like a bulkhead rather than a big addition on top. I mean, I can support the visibility from the street. I think it's minimal, setting back the railing is a good idea. But unfortunately for you, and the location of this house has a parking lot on the adjacent street, or the street behind it, allowing extraordinary visibility of the back. It is the back, you're saying, so I can support seeing something, but not such a prominent mass. And I would also urge another material be used, something more in keeping with other rooftop additions, not Corten. Just my feeling.
I'm sure the applicant would be totally open to that, the owner.
Do you have any other questions for the applicant? Okay, we could close the hearing. All right, comments? Okay, major comments. I think, yes.
I think it's all been said. I'd like to see the railing set back so it's not visible, a reduction in the massing of the addition, and perhaps a rethinking of the material, although it's a contemporary addition, not of too much of a problem. It's much already spread less.
Okay, any other comments? Yes.
I think the materials are actually okay and kind of interesting, creative take on brownstone, but others don't like it.
All right, other comments? Are the commissioners okay with the Corten's, Stuart? Okay, we're fine with that. So I think my suggestion is that they work with staff and in sort of minimizing the bulkhead and its visibility. I think we should work with staff with some of these moves, including sort of restudying and reconfiguring the bulkhead, as the commissioner suggested, to really try and just remove any kind of visibility from Decatur, and I think just, again, work with staff to minimize the visibility at the rear as well. And you can, again, use the same sort of measures, which is setting back the railing and reconfiguring the bulkhead, so I think that would also help. Yes?
So you find the materials?
I think the commission is fine with the material. Okay. Okay.
In a matter of 18-4427, 317 Decatur Street, Bedford-Stuyvesant, expand the Stuyvesant Heights Historic District. The application is to construct a rooftop addition. I recommend approval with modifications, finding that the construction of the proposed rooftop addition will not eliminate any significant architectural or historic features of the building, that the proposed addition will be set back from the Decatur Street facade and will not be visible from directly across the street, that although the rooftop railings, chimney extension, and mechanical equipment will be partially visible from various vantage points above the rear facade and lot line facade, most of these views will occur from longer distances and set at oblique angles, limiting the visual impact on the building and the streetscape. And that the railings will be simply designed featuring thin posts and wire railing, maintaining a high level of transparency and helping them to be seen from view. That the proposed rooftop addition to be clad in Corten steel panels will be visible through a parking lot from McDonald Street, where no other rooftop bulkheads can be seen, and visible from a distance or from on Decatur Street over neighborhood primary facades, will therefore detract from the building and the streetscape. Therefore, I recommend that the applicant work with the staff, that the massing of the rooftop addition be restudied and reduced to minimize its visibility from McDonald Street and eliminate its visibility from Decatur Street. And that the railing be set back from the primary facade to the maximum amount allowed by code to reduce or eliminate visibility over the exposed lot line facade.
Second, all in favor? Any opposed? Application's approved.
Commissioners, the next item on the agenda is item 11. It's an application for a certificate of appropriateness for Brooklyn, docket number 185424. This is 888 St. John's Place, located within the Crown Heights North Historic District 2. This is a Romanesque Renaissance Revival style warehouse built by Frederick L. Hine and built in circa 1897. The application is to alter the areaway.
Good morning, Commissioners. Caroline Passion, Preservation Staff. The subject property is located on the south side of the street between Nostrand and New York Avenues. So there are a few components to this proposal at the areaway. First, the applicant is proposing to reconfigure the straight stoop to an L-shaped stoop. Second, to excavate and lower the concrete areaway at an accurate level and install new metal railings. And then finally, to install the plantings here. And the architect is here to discuss this proposal in more detail.
Benefit advantage to the architects, and we have been working on the renovation of what used to be four-family house in Crown Heights. The owner is going through the whole change of occupancy. We are turning it into a two-family rental apartment on the garden level and a triplex apartment up above. We have gone through the full application and restoration of the front facade already. We initially wanted to include everything in the same scope, but because of the hearing requirements, we have got approval and are proceeding on the facade restoration, which is already approved. So at this point, we've gone back to Landmarks with the request to reconfigure the stoop. We believe that the street was higher at one point. The property line, if you can see in the plan, runs right at the bottom of the top stoop, the existing stoop, which is here. And it's the same along the whole block. And these bottom two pieces were added, I believe, later on when the street was lowered, because if you look at the whole block view, it starts up here on the same level as the street, and then it starts going over and over where we have these retaining walls which are along the edge of the whatever is it, the river comes through. And some of them have turned their stoops, some of them have added just the two up front, some are flush with the sidewalk, didn't need to do anything. And so there's been an all mix of solutions to the problem historically. And 1940s photo shows also the very stoop, the combination of the two. So there is historic piece and then there is a bottom piece which is this. And you can also see in the railing details on the neighbors that the original railing is on the stoop and then what was added later on. So we would like to, my clients wanted to create a lower garden to provide a little bit more space in the front yard, and also you can see in the section how high or how low the entrance door to the ground floor apartment is. So what they wanted to do is to lower the whole front yard to the level of the sidewalk, install the gate, and because of that, turn the stoop around and provide enclosure onto their front yard with a single gate. Because if we were to maintain this, you would have to go up and then down to go into this apartment, or you would have to, the idea was to be able to bring the strollers, park them inside, and not be able to go up and down. So in that attempt, we are proposing this, as they call it in the community boards, dog-leg stoop, which is not atypical in Brooklyn. It has been done in some houses on the block, more or less successfully, and we are intending to restore, completely rebuild the railing to match the neighbors on both sides, kind of create this transitional high elevation piece that would span it. And then some planters recessed. Once we break the ground and remove the slab, we don't want to just put concrete everywhere. We want to do proper drainage. We want to do real soil planters with the compartments, and the little planter here, which I have discussed with Ms. Passion, and we are not sure that that is part of the typical way of doing it, but we don't have to. We just thought that it's nice, it would be nice to do the planter, which would then hold this turn of the steps and provide a little bit more green in this area around the space. So this is existing stoop up on top, showing what it is, how it's done. You would remove all of that, and this is the railing that remains, so the top stoop would remain as is in its original shape, and the 2 steps down would be right in front, or on this side, and the entrance from the sidewalk level. This is us. There is also a sample of similar example of similar brownstone down the block that has been restored. They have done similar things, more or less successfully. We are not sure that ever was permitted. There are other buildings that have it too. And so this is this view of the street where it's visible how the sidewalk goes. Doesn't follow the level of the front yard. This is the wall that can take these whole block from New York Avenue to
Thank you. Are there any questions? Any questions for the applicant? Just, yes.
3 feet, that is, or 30 inches. We'll make it 3 feet. I think it's not, it was just a division and to keep with the module of the existing railing. I think it ended up being 30 inches, but it could be more.
Are there other questions? We have one speaker, Ms. Joni Grandwood, in the community board.
Chair. Good morning. At the June 9, 2016 Community Board 8 General Meeting, members voted 31 in favor, 0 opposed, with 5 abstentions to support for the application for a certificate of appropriateness for the aforementioned property for the modification and improvement of the existing stoop. The board believes that the design of the modified stoop, which entails turning the 3 steps to the side at a 90-degree angle, and constructing a landing between the existing stoop and the new steps that will allow the occupants of the garden level apartment to easily enter the building through a separate entrance under the steps is more aesthetically pleasing than the original and current design. We thank LPC for the opportunity to express our opinions on such important matters facing our historic districts. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other speakers on this item? Okay, do we have any other questions for the applicant? So we can close the hearing. Comments? Yes. I think the reconfiguration is appropriate, and it seems there are plenty of examples that we see on the street itself, and it will blend in with the streetscape.
Actually, it'll be an improvement.
Maybe an improvement. Fred?
In the matter of 888 St. John's Place, Crown Heights North, Historic District 2. The application is to alter the areaway. I note that the building style, scale, materials, and details are among the features that contribute to the special architectural and historic character of the Crown Heights North 2 Historic District. I now recommend approval, noting that the removal of the concrete paving and non-historic metal fence and gate at the areaway will not result in the removal of significant historic fabric or paving, that a majority of the areaways and stoops have been altered within the row, featuring varied areaway stoop configurations, painted and unpainted masonry cheek walls, and raised and at-grade areaways, and therefore the proposed excavation, plantings, and masonry cheek wall and metal ironwork will not disrupt a uniform areaway treatment within the row and the streetscape. That the height of the proposed stuccoed area wall and metal ironwork and gate will be no higher than and will align with the adjacent areaway installations, thereby resulting in a harmonious streetscape. That although most of the areaway walls have been altered, in most cases the original decorative fences have also been reinstalled, and therefore the proposed work at the areaway will be in keeping with similar changes within the row. That the proposed decorative metal railings and gate will match the historic ironwork that is present on the building's stoop and at other areaways within the row, thereby enhancing its relationship within the row and streetscape, and that the proposed work will not detract from the special architectural or historic character of the building or the Crown Heights North 2 Historic District.
Second. All in favor? Any opposed? This application is approved.
Commissioners. The next item is item number 12 on the agenda. It's an application for a certificate of appropriateness, docket number 182440. This is 34 East 62nd Street, located within the Upper East Side Historic District. This is a vacant lot, and the application is to construct a new building.
Good morning, Commissioners. Ann Jennings, Preservation Staff. This application is for 34 East 62nd Street. It's located on the south side of the street between Madison and Park Avenues in the Upper East Side Historic District. The application is to construct a new building on an empty lot. The site was initially developed with a townhouse, a neo-Gothic-style townhouse in the 1880s, which was destroyed in an explosion in 2006. Subsequently, the Commission issued a certificate of appropriateness in 2007 for a new building, but that building was never constructed. And the applicant is here to discuss their proposal for their new building.
Jones, Freeman, Hayes, Place, Park and Partners. I'm here today with Henry Jessup, the architect for the project to propose the building at 34 East 62nd Street. You can see the lot right here. It's located in between Park Avenue and Madison Avenue, and you can see here there's a variety of heights in the surrounding district, including a number of 4- and 5-story townhouses, as well as some fairly large 16, 17, 13-story apartment buildings. You can see, as Ann noted, you can see the original building here in the 1980s tax photo. It was a 4-story brownstone. You can see a portion of it right here. You can see the stoop and the entry door right next to the Lynx Club. And then there are a number of other historic photos here. As Ann alluded, this was the somewhat notorious site where in 2006, a doctor who was involved in a fairly messy divorce proceeding didn't want his wife to get the building, so he blew it up with himself inside, which resulted in the empty lot that we have now. A year later, in 2007, the Commission approved this fairly contemporary building right here. We're just a minor technical note. What we're proposing today is not an application for a new building, but rather it's an amendment to the approval for this building right here. It still is an empty lot. It still will be a new building, but that's the technical description of it. So what we're coming to you today is something that's not quite as contemporary as this building that was approved earlier. It's something that we believe harmonizes more closely with the character of the district, with the neoclassical character of townhouses found throughout the district. It's not quite a sort of textbook slavish interpretation or recreation of those neoclassical townhouses, but neither is it a sort of postmodern cartoon. As you'll see, it's something that we believe harmonizes with the neoclassical character of other townhouses of this side within the district, but is also of its time. You can see the south side of the street here. This is a sort of small-scale preview of the building that we're proposing. It's right next to a fairly large apartment building here. There is, it should be noted, a small driveway here with a curb cut that serves as the entryway to the garage for this apartment building here. This is the Lynx Club next door, and then other buildings along the block. And then this is the other side of the street here. In sort of developing design inspiration for this building, we looked at a number of other neoclassical townhouses within the district, and we picked up on a couple of sort of key elements. Most notably among them, of course, is the use of light-colored stone, of limestone, but also you can see elements like mansard roofs, slate mansard roofs, specifically dormers, some of which have copper cladding. We noted that in many cases, because there is this emphasis on the second floor piano nobile as the sort of most prominent facade feature, there is a concordant de-emphasis on the main entry. We don't see the sort of, on many of these buildings, we don't see the sort of very decorative stone surrounds that we see on some other row houses and townhouses, but rather it's a fairly simple sort of opening here, often a fairly low stoop. We often see these bowed bays that occur in a variety of locations along the facade. Here it's the third and fourth floor. Here it's the second and third. Here it's all the way up to the fourth, and so on. Again, just looking more closely at the ground floor level, we can see that the entries are often fairly simple. That there's sort of often a small or a non-existent stoop. That we see the areaway railings tend to go seamlessly into the banisters. It's also interesting to note, and nearly all of the buildings that I've shown previously, they were originally built as brownstone row houses that were at some point in the early 20th century converted into these sort of Beaux-Arts neoclassical townhouses, which is typical for the Upper East Side Historic District. And so here we have the proposed building, and as you can see, it picks up on many of the design features that we just went through, the use of limestone, the emphasis on the piano nobile, a fairly simple ground floor entry with a small stoop, an areaway railing that goes into the banister. We have a slate mansard with copper dormers. The copper dormers, it should be noted, also pick up on the copper dormers that are next door at the Lynx Club. And then we have a plain brick rear facade. To go into the design in more detail, I'm going to hand it over now to Henry Jessup, who's the architect for the project.
Hello, I'm Henry Jessup. As Jonan said, the design of this structure is what I would call a Beaux-Arts derivative. We're not really trying to create a building that's a historic building, but to pick up on the scale and the proportions that were existed in those buildings and use a somewhat more simplified palette. At the same time, we were trying to blend in both with the Lynx Club next door, which I think is a very beautiful building, and also to make some sort of transition somewhat between the Cumberland House, which is a 60s building of not very significant architectural interest. The base of the building would be a granite water table. I brought samples of all different finishes if you would like to see them. I don't know if you'd like me to show them to you as I'm going through this. So at any rate, there's this is the button. There would be a granite water table, a rusticated stone base. I'm proposing, this would be the granite that we're proposing. The stone that we're proposing using is a French limestone called Bouville. And the reason that I chose that is that the stone next door on the Lynx Club is a very sort of rustic yellow stone. And I felt that the Indiana limestone was inappropriate in keeping with that. The piano nobile floor is this floor here, which is the main focus of the bow window. The detailing that you'll see is simple, but I think it picks up the proportions that you would see in a Beaux-Arts building. What we're proposing is using cold rolled steel windows painted black. The railings are also would be black metal with a bronze cap. The roof itself would be this semi-weathering gray-green slate that's in keeping with the building next door. The dormers would be copper that we would have finished in a verdigris finish, which is this one, which is too sharp to put in here without wrapping it up. Would be which would also kind of tie it in with the Lynx Club next door. It's a somewhat unusual building in the sense that this side here is exposed because it's the access to the Cumberland house next door, which is a 10-foot wide driveway. So it's not a typical row house. So with that being said, we did the pointing on the sides that would have some acknowledgement of that, and that once again picks up some of the detailing from the Lynx Club. And we put the windows in on this side of the building as a way to keep it seeming like it's just a big blank brick wall. On the other side, the Lynx Club is actually set back. This is a section through the Lynx Club here, and the Lynx Club steps back a little bit, so we put the pointing in on the same side to try to tie it all in with what's going on with the Lynx Club. These are points of view, so that these are the visuals of the street where this is our building again, and you can see that there's a bulkhead on the roof, that none of it is visible other than right here from Park Avenue. Because the Lynx Club is set back, you can see a little bit of the brick bulkhead of the elevator that goes to the roof. Here's a section of the building in relationship to Cumberland House next door. My feeling is that, as you can see in this photo again here, that brick there pretty much disappears in the skyline buried by the Cumberland House. And this is the brick that we're thinking of using, which is sort of the typical type of reddish brick color that you would see throughout that part of the city. This is the plan of that bulkhead. So basically, this is 62nd Street. And this view here, you see this little corner of it if you were standing on Park Avenue. You actually can't see it until you get all the way to Park Avenue. These are just some typical stone details, which I'll just push through very quickly. They're all basically very similar to Beaux-Arts style with somewhat simplified detailing. This would be the bracket and the cornice at the roof. These are typical window details for the cold rolled steel windows. These are some of the railing details. These are the plans. At one point, there was a conversation that you'll see in this plan of making a deal with the Cumberland House to have access to their parking garage so that somebody buying this would have the ability to enter through their parking garage into the basement of their building. Right now, that's not happening. It just shows on the plan and as a potential option. These are the plans for the building. Section through the building. Now we're back to the front page.
Thank you. Are there any questions?
Is that the stone for the rear facade?
Excuse me?
Is that the brick for the rear facade?
This is just a new brick that we would use.
So you don't have a sample for the rear facade brick?
Oh yeah, it is the brick, yes. It's the brick that we use everywhere.
Okay.
It would be on the parapet, the rear facade, the side, it would be the same brick everywhere. I'm sorry, I didn't understand.
Okay, any other questions? All right, we'll take testimony. Barbara Zay?
Barbara Zay of the Historic Districts Council. HDC finds that while the proposed design is not offensive and would be constructed of appropriate materials, it raises the question of whether it is appropriate to construct faux historic houses in historic districts. Introducing a design that is of our time or replicating the house that originally stood here would be acceptable strategies, but this house, while thoughtfully picking up details found in the neighborhood, does neither. The house might look like it has always been here, but we are not sure that would be the honest approach. Thank you.
Next speaker is Elizabeth Fagan.
Elizabeth Fagan, Friends of the Upper East Side. The proposed new building at 34 East 62nd Street is handsome and built with high-quality materials that relate to the historic materials of other buildings in the district. While the proportions and scale of this building are appropriate for its setting, our Preservation Committee can't help but feel that this project may be a missed opportunity for a more creative design. Friends has spoken out in the past about ersatz historic facades, and this site could be an opportunity to take a more contemporary approach. Details like the corner coining and the fenestration in the west elevation are appreciated as they give some interest to the building's exposed side without detracting from the facade. The large windows on the second floor take on a modern Art Nouveau-inspired look, while the mansard roof will relate to the neighboring Lynx Club. In addition, it is refreshing to see the use of limestone rather than a veneer. This is a well-designed building and one that is not obtrusive, but is also not distinguished within the district. Friends feels that the building could reflect more of today's times. In the past, architects like Edward Durrell Stone, Paul Rudolph, and William Lescaz introduced a modern design into the Upper East Side Historic District, and this could be a chance to capture our architectural zeitgeist. In the execution of this building, we hope that it will be easily identified as a new building and will not come across as a faux historic one. In regards to the building size and materials, Friends can support this application. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other speakers on this item? No other speakers. Community Board. Yes. Christabel?
Christabel Goff for the Society for the Architecture of the City. We hadn't intended to speak on this, but I would just like to repeat an opinion that we have, which is that in an historic district, the owner must have some ability to choose the style he wants to use. We feel that traditional styles and modern styles are both appropriate, and that the owner should have some voice in this, otherwise people are going to feel extremely unhappy. Thank you.
Thank you. Community Board 8 recommends approval of this project. Do we have any additional questions for the applicant? Okay, so we can close the hearing. Right, comments? Yes, Fred.
So here we are with this big philosophical divide that divides the profession and perhaps the city, at least people interested in architecture. But I think Christabel Groff said it correctly. I think the commission has been studiously avoiding, in almost all cases, suggesting the style of a building. And I personally would not choose this style, but I find that it's the right of an owner to do that, and therefore, for me, the question becomes, how well is it being done? And I think, from proportions, the articulation, et cetera, to me, I think this has been done extraordinarily well. I know this site very well because I frequently go to a board meeting at the Lynx Club, which is an extraordinarily wonderful building. And I've always wondered when and how this site would ever be rebuilt, and now I guess we're getting to know how that is. So I could support this. I think there are several issues that perhaps staff has noted in their comments that I think, from my point of view, would be worthy of working out with the staff as the development of the design is furthered. I don't think it needs to be held back, in my judgment. But really, all of the details have to be brilliantly executed and brilliantly thought through and then brilliantly executed in construction for this to be pulled off in the way that we would want to pull it off. Others might have different opinion, and I'd love to hear it.
Thank you. Other comments? Yes, Eddie.
So, Fred, if you don't mind, talk a little bit about the pulling off of the details and what it would mean to make them brilliant when something is so sort of minimally articulated here. So what would it mean for the returns of the coining, or what are you referring to when you say brilliantly pulled off?
Well, it's those very things. I mean, I think we're not seeing a lot of details here, and I think therefore, as in other applications over the years, this is certainly adequate, I think, for an approval here, but it's not adequate to construct the building, and that has to be done by the architect with lots more details, and I think that has to be worked out and worked very closely at with staff, and has been done before. That's what I mean.
Yes, Michael.
It's a dilemma we do face a lot of times, and I think it's an interesting one. And I find it fascinating, just generally, that the preservation community, as represented by the testimony, has come around to an orthodoxy that might be a bit different from what it was, let's say, 20 years ago or 30 years ago, and I think that's a good thing and kind of neat. But I think for me, whenever I see one of these jobs, it points up, it makes me think of the Arch of Constantine. The Arch of Constantine was late Roman. They were kind of losing the art. They didn't have the finesse in the way it was put together that the earlier Roman stuff had. And I think that we've, in the last 50, 60 years, we've lost some of the art of how to do classical stuff properly. When you look at the work of John Russell Pope or someone like that, who was working very recently, relatively speaking, and was producing relatively minimalist, undecorated classical work, or the work of some contemporary architects who practice in the classical vein. It's a language that I think this project lacks. I think that there's a difference between a minimalist, classically inspired architecture and a desiccated, late, kind of looked at through a veil classical architecture. And I think that the difference comes down to the details, as Fred said. And for me, some of the things that give me that vibe that this is not as good as it should be, perhaps, are things like some of the choices. I mean, I don't think you'd ever choose to use a kind of very French, very florid kind of window design in a very austere, neoclassical, kind of dried-out Beaux-Arts kind of building. I think that the stone mullion in between the arched windows would never be that thin unless it was a Gothic building. I mean, it's just not a right proportion. The proportions of the cornice are odd. The moldings don't look right. I mean, there's things about it that, they sound picky and fussy, but that's what separates the men from the boys when you're doing classical stuff. And so I think, the dimension of the rustication, it's just an unusual, they kind of transmit a message to me that we're in the kind of poverty period of classical design, and I know that the applicant can do better. I think that it certainly meets the test of appropriateness. It doesn't shout out as being, awful, but I think it's unfortunate that it can't be better. I hope it could be better, and I think the applicant could work with staff to really sharpen the pencil.
Do you think that, I'm just also sort of thinking aloud on this, that I think just hearing the presentation, it was perhaps, it seems somewhat deliberate that some of the details of this may not be as similar to classical designs of the past, and if that's a way of sort of distinguishing that this is still a contemporary building. And so, therefore, I mean, the question of just proportions, the thickness of the piers between the windows, yes, you may not find that normally in classical design, but is that sort of an evolution of the sort of contemporary?
That's exactly the argument that Charles Moore would have made in 1978.
Right, but the interesting thing, and this was, I think, a point they made as well, which is not the caricature, postmodern, sort of exaggerated.
The success of an adaptation is, I think, how it's read by the audience, right? I mean, I can tell you that I'm doing an adaptation of Molière, you may just think that I'm a lousy dramatist. And I think it all comes down in the end to the quality and one's control of the medium that you're communicating with. And here, we're communicating with a traditional language and saying, no, I'm not really being it, wink, wink, you know, I'm trying to send you a modern, I'm saying I'm really modern even though I look traditional. I don't, that's not the message I hear when I see it, and it is a very refined thing, you know, like I went to school in a time when we studied these things, and, you know, maybe this is an argument that other people wouldn't be unconvinced by, and I'm okay with that, but just giving you my thought.
Yes.
More musings here. I think what's being attempted here is very difficult. As was noted in the testimony by the friends, the replication of a building, either extant or from fabulous photographic evidence of what was once there, or even drawings, is relatively easy, straightforward, and is completely acceptable if again the details are right. This is different. This is design. This is design. It's as design difficult as it is to design a contemporary building in the proper way. It's an assemblage of the elements of architecture, and I think it's a difficult thing to do. In my judgment, it's off on the right foot, but perhaps needs a lot of staff involvement along the way, which I think the staff is capable of providing.
Yeah. You know, I'm always struck when you drive around Grand Central as you're looping to get back onto Park Avenue South, and you just see the hewn stone tassels and acorn, you know, just like dropping there, or you walk by the foundation building, Cooper Union Foundation building, and you see a cornice resolving this kind of really full rosette, you know, flowering, and so it says the Beaux-Arts then says as much about the design as it does about the craft of kind of making, you know, the detail, making stone into something else, to speaking something else. And I think that's part of what you're saying, in a sense, is missing. And the question is, what is it then? Just for us to deliberate and to think about, kind of, what is this thing? I mean, does it even recall the Beaux-Arts at all? I mean, in other words, is what's there, other than, let's say, the limestone, in any way resemble the Beaux-Arts without that articulation, without that elaboration, without that craft? And that's why I was interested in what you were saying about the details. I mean, is there a contemporary definition?
I think it's important to acknowledge, though, that in the past generation, perhaps, and maybe it is 20 or 25 years now, because of preservation, because of some postmodern attempts earlier than that, there's a level of craftsmanship to do this kind of work that didn't exist at all 25 or 30 years ago, and now it exists everywhere. I don't know how many people have gone up to Yale recently to see 2 new colleges being built by Robert A.M. Stern. I have to say, as an alum, I was really worried. And now the scaffolding is coming off, and you can see it, and it's really kind of extraordinarily beautiful and competent. So, and part of it's the craftsmanship, and part of it is the architect. But it's really kind of surprisingly good.
All right, other comments? All right, so this is what I suggest. I think in general, it seems that the commission can support this approach, and however, it seems like it's really about refining the details, and I would agree with Fred that they work with staff, perhaps looking, and there's, I think Michael had identified several aspects that I think could be detailed better, and I know the staff has also sort of identified that as well, and so my recommendation that they work with staff towards the refinement of these details to in fact make sure that this building is as handsome as it's intended to be, which I know it seems the architects are very keen on doing that. Okay. Jim, you will do it? Okay.
Okay. In the matter of docket 18-2440, 34 East 62nd Street, the Upper East Side Historic District, vacant lot, the application is to construct a new building. I note that a neo-Grec style row house designed by L.D. Russell and J.B. Ray and built in 1881 to 1882 previously occupied the site and was destroyed by an explosion in 2006. I further note that East 62nd Street between Madison and Park Avenues is characterized by a streetscape featuring numerous apartment buildings, 2 club buildings, 2 school buildings, a residence, and a commercial building ranging from 3 to 17 stories, with primarily brick and light-colored stone cladding and trim, and including one with a mansard roof. I recommend approval with some modifications, finding that the construction of the new building on this vacant lot will enhance the character of the historic district by reinforcing the street wall, a significant, consistent feature of the historic district, that the building will be consistent in scale with townhouses typically found throughout this district and will not exceed the size of neighboring buildings or extend further into the central green space, that the rooftop accretions if seen at all from the public thoroughfare, will be no more than minimally visible from such locations, that the front of the building will feature a compositional arrangement including elements typical of classically inspired buildings found throughout the streetscape and historic district, including the mansard roof, dormers, cornice, oriel, multi-light casement windows, transoms, and decorative railings, which will help support a cohesive design and relate well to the streetscape and historic district. That the proposed limestone brick, slate, and iron materials of the front facade and mansard roof and their light beige, gray, and black finishes will be in keeping with the palette of historic materials and finishes used at neighboring buildings, further helping to support a harmonious streetscape. That the steel windows will recall a level of articulation and detail consistent with historic windows. That the metal area fencing will be in keeping with materials and finishes at neighboring properties and maintain a close alignment with fencing at neighboring properties in terms of its height and projection toward the street. That the materials and finishes of brickwork cladding, regular size and placement of the masonry openings, and modest amount of ornamentation at the lot line and rear facades will be compatible with the facades of buildings of this size throughout the historic district, and that the rear facade will not be visible from a public thoroughfare. However, I recommend that the applicant work with staff to make sure that the details of the building are as terrific, refined, complimentary as they possibly could be, based on the, I think, very noble attempt that is being made to develop this building here.
All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? This application is approved.
Okay, Commissioners, we're now moving to items that were scheduled for after lunch. We're ahead of schedule, so the next item is item 14. This is docket number 18-6281, 215 East 61st Street, located within the Treadwell Farm Historic District. This is a row house designed by A&S Bussell and built in 1875 and never altered. The application was to install a door and infringement.
Good morning, Victor Montague, Preservation Staff, 215 East 61 in Treadwell Farms. Here's a photo of it in its current condition here. The stoop was removed prior to designation, and the applicant is proposing a door enframement at the basement floor that harmonizes and recalls some of the details that existing openings will be brought in adjacent. The architect is here to go into it.
Hi, thank you, everybody. My name is Sarah Drake, and I'm going to get used to this a little bit. Last time I was here, it was lots of boards that were always falling over. That's okay. Yeah, as you can see, the focus on this particular design feature of the building is it's the only portion that was not approved at staff level is the enframement around the enframement here around the door that right now doesn't exist. It doesn't have that particular detail. It has an existing metal roof. Other things that were approved at staff level, we're going to replace all the stucco. So we're trying to give a little bit more elegance to this particular building, as well as provide a moderate amount of shelter when you're entering the building. Just a little bit of rain protection would help, and we're hoping to give it a little bit more of a classical reference. Okay, it's a dynamic street. If I can go back to the map here. It's between 3rd Avenue and 2nd Avenue. It's a main artery that's coming off of the bridge, the 60th Street Bridge, the Roosevelt, and it's right near the Roosevelt tramway that goes across. So it's a busy street. Lots of different styles, a very kind of hodgepodge approach. All of the buildings were built, the older buildings were built, say, in the mid 19th century. Our building was one of 6 that were built as spec houses, and they've all been treated differently over the years. Most of the stoops have been removed, some they haven't, and the treatment around the windows and the doors are all very different. There's no one particular look. And the one that we're seeking to emulate the most is the neighbor. Our building is, how do you do the, sorry. Oh, there you go. Okay, this is our building right here. It's got a metal roof that we would like to take off, and this is a building next to it that has more of what we're looking for, which is simply adding the casing, to match the casing that's now around the windows. And if you see, we do have a pediment sort of feature on the windows. We're just simply hoping to add it to the entrance. And you can see these are the neighboring buildings on the north side of the street. This goes two doors down to the east, further down to the east. This is showing, yes, it just continues east. And then across, this is a close-up of ours. And this is a close-up of the neighbor that we're seeking to, we were sort of inspired by. Different treatments show arches, and we're not matching the keystone, we're just, but mimicking this sort of cornice portion of it. Then we continue across the street on the south side, and you can see very different treatments on sort of each facade. This is showing the tax photo of what the building looked like right here. This is our building here. It did have a very simple, at the time, nothing over the opening, and in our opinion, it looks a little bit dry of some of the richer details that exist on the upper floors. And this is what it was at designation, or after designation in the 80s. And I'll show you more of the detail page. We are replacing the fence, we are replacing the stucco, we've used a different sconce, we're adding a limestone pavers in the areaway. We're trying to give it a little bit more richness of detail.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Okay, there's one speaker, Elizabeth Fagan.
Elizabeth Fagan, Friends of the Upper East Side. The Treadwell Farm Historic District is known for its evolution of styles and alterations, many of which are quirky and unique. One such example is the addition of the metal hood over the front door of 215 East 61st, an expressive feature which contributes to an eclectic street. Although we regret the loss of the metal hood, Friends feels that the proposed enframement around the door is appropriate and will relate to the existing enfranements around the windows and the facade, and we can support this application. Thank you.
Are there any more speakers? All right, Community Board 8 recommends approval. Do we have any other questions for the applicant? In that case, we can close the hearing. Right, comments? Any?
Well,
Yes.
I can't say as how I regret the loss of the metal hood, and I think it's an improvement generally, whether they went with bare bones or the detail, I think it's fine.
Okay, great. John, will you read that into the record?
In the matter of docket number 18-6281, 215 East 61st Street, the Treadwell Farm Historic District, application is to install a door enframement. I note that the building style, scale, materials, and details are among the features that contribute to the special architectural and historic character of the Treadwell Farm Historic District. I further note that a number of adjacent buildings were altered by the removal of their stoops and redesign of their bases, including basement entries with decorative enframements prior to designation. I recommend approval, noting that the base of the building has no significant architectural features which would be lost or damaged by the proposed work, that the proposed door enframement will match the details and finish of the window enframements at the upper floors, which remain largely intact, that the prominence and proportions of the proposed door enframement will be in keeping with the character of historic altered basement entries at adjacent row houses in this historic district, and that the proposed work will not detract from the special architectural and historic character of the building or the Treadwell Farm Historic District.
All in favor? Any opposed? This application is approved.
Okay, Commissioners, the next item on the agenda is item 15. It's an application for a certificate of appropriateness, Borough of Manhattan, docket number 180974. This is 1111 Park Avenue, a.k.a. 1109 through 1115 Park Avenue Historic District. This is a colonial revival-style apartment building designed by Schwartz and Gross and built in 1924 to 25. The application is to establish a master plan governing the future installation of windows.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Julianne Wiesner-Keenezy, Preservation Staff. 1111 Park Avenue is located at the northeast corner of Park Avenue and East 90th Street. The proposal is to establish a master plan for the replacement of windows throughout all facades. And I'd like to introduce Bruce Barton, who will describe the proposal in more detail.
Good afternoon, or good morning. 1111 Park is a Colonial Revival, 1925 Schwartz and Gross building. As originally constructed, it had 6/6 windows throughout. As seen in this construction photo, they were originally painted cream. By 1940, the windows had been painted black. Currently, there are no extent windows from the original construction. They've all been replaced with a mix of double hung and tilt and turn windows. And they've had a mix of muttons, 6/6, 1/1, and tilt and turn. What our proposal is that we would like to get in place a master plan for the building, which establishes the 6/6 windows at the first 3 floors, and then doing 1/1s at the upper floors of the building. At the secondary facades, we are proposing 1/1s throughout the structure. We're also proposing that we use 2 different manufacturers to give the tenants, shareholders, a little more flexibility. We're proposing a Skyline double hung aluminum and a Marvin Ultimate, which is a aluminum clad window. So then the tenants have an option of having wood or aluminum on the interior of their apartments. As you can see, this illustrates the Park Avenue facade in its current configuration. The yellow windows are 1/1, the blue are 6/6, and the red windows are the tilt and turn windows. And you can see that our proposal gives a more unified look to the building and restores the original configuration at the street level. The existing windows, here's a quick illustration of the original windows as configured with the 6/6 and with the small ones at the 4/4. These would be the configurations of the first 3 floors and then the upper floors. This one with our details, where we have, between the 2 windows, we have a slight variation to the profiles and the size of the windows. The largest dimensional difference between the 2 windows is we have about 7/8 of an inch difference at the sill between the 2 styles of window. These windows, within each opening, masonry opening, they would be consistent. So there would not be any direct correlation between the 2 types. All the windows are proposed to be a factory finish bronze paint. I think that's about sums it up quickly.
Okay, are there, yes, questions, Michael?
Yeah, a couple. First of all, are there any other Schwartz and Gross buildings or buildings of this style or in the district or elsewhere that have this kind of half of this, half of that kind of approach?
Well, I've glossed over this sheet, which is contextual photos. The windows in the neighborhood, the buildings are really a mix. This is 1105 Park Avenue, which has a mix of 6/6 and the 1/1.
And is that original to the building?
No. In the context, which we can see only this adjacent building, but the adjacent building was a 6/6.
So my question is not what is there today as the result of maintenance and whatever, but what, if you're asking us to do a master plan for the restoration of the building, are we restoring it to something that might have been used by the original architects or was common in the district, or is this kind of a little bit of a hybrid?
Commissioner, I can answer that. Traditionally, it would have been a uniform window type. The commission in the past has approved this type of a master plan where it might have been a multi-pane at the base, perhaps at the top. It is an approach that commissions.
Why not go back to the 6/6?
It's a struggle to even get double hungs for a lot of the, to convince the shareholders to do double hungs. I think it's really a preference that people like the sight lines without the mountains. And this is the approach the building opted to take.
Just another technical question. You're suggesting using two different kinds of windows, an aluminum and an aluminum clad. Do we know anything about the finish similarity, the duration of that finish over a 10-year period? Is one going to look a little browner than the other after 5 years?
They're very similar. In actuality, the building in 2004 replaced, I think it's 385 or 384 of the windows, utilizing the windows that we're proposing now.
The mix, the either or?
Yeah. That was prior to it being a district. This is, as you know, a new district. The finishes are very similar. I have some samples here. They're not exact, but if you could see, let's put them up. The idea is that they're really close enough that when divided by a number of feet, they read very similar. To date, we haven't noticed any marked color difference on the windows that have been installed already. And so that's been over 10 years on those.
The profiles are the same, brick molds and all that stuff?
They're similar, yes.
So these were replaced only 10 years ago?
Not all of them. Basically, the ones with the, like I could highlight, these were replaced because they've got the wider divider, which is what we required. And, the ones with the smaller were not. The building has about 1,200 windows in the structure right now.
Are there any other questions? Okay, so why don't we take testimony, Barbara Say?
Barbara Zay of the Historic Districts Council. Since the applicant plans to restore the 6/6 configuration on the lower floors, the commissioners won't be surprised that HDC wishes to make a plea for the same configuration throughout the building, even if the upper floors were accomplished through the use of synthetic divided lights. Over time, such an effort would go far toward restoring this glorious original detail. Thank you.
The next speaker is Christopher Goff.
Christopher Goff for the Society for the Architecture of the City. The proposed master plan is a considerable improvement over the existing condition. Having said that, there is nothing here that would make us rethink our long-held preference for restoration of the original window configuration in classicizing early 20th century apartment buildings. Why? No mountains on the upper floors. There is no view of the park here, no economic hardship. The building shows its restrained elegance in the attractive historic photographs. It could be outstanding again if the original design were not abandoned. Thank you.
The next speaker is Elizabeth Fagan.
Elizabeth Fagan, Friends of the Upper East Side. In an ideal situation, Friends would like to see this building return to its original 6/6 wood windows. The existing and proposed 1/1 aluminum windows do nothing to enhance the building's colonial revival style, which was carefully preserved during an extensive 2004 restoration. Multi-light windows would be the best choice here, and it is unfortunate that the building's appearance was weakened pre-designation with inappropriate windows. Yet we realize the integrity of this building has been compromised over time, as none of the historic windows remain. Thus, the proposed compromise of multi-light windows at the base and 1/1 on the upper floors is suitable. It
It should be noted, though, that Friends would not suggest this approach with other buildings across the board. In this instance, this proposal makes sense based on the particular building's history of alterations. Multi-light windows are still the standard goal for the colonial revival aesthetic. We appreciate the inclusion of multi-light windows at the base, as these floors directly relate to and impact the pedestrian experience. Much of the colonial revival style details are found along these first 3 floors, thus the multi-light windows will contribute to these stylistic elements. Friends feels, though, that the proposed windows should have true divided lights instead of simulated muntins. In addition, the building currently has a number of 3-wall air conditioning openings of various placements and sizes. We suggest that a master plan could be established in the future for these openings in order to protect the overall aesthetics of the building. Overall, our committee can accept this window master plan, but request the commission require true divided light windows at the base. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other speakers on this item? Community Board 8 recommends disapproval of this application. Do we have any, yes, do we,
Just to clarify what had been said, so the proposal is for the base windows to be true divided light, not synthetic? Yes or no? Simulated? Okay.
The windows, they would have... They would have an applied grid. That's typically what we do prove at staff level on buildings like this. When the windows go from single glazed to double glazed, if you do a true divided light, the munchins get larger to support the additional framing. So we almost always, for window replacement, do applied grids.
Right, and that's because the commission has long encouraged or supported the, supported proposals for energy-efficient windows. I think that we want to be meeting the same energy and efficiency goals as the rest of the world. And we want landmarks to be able to do those.
Okay, do we have any other questions for the applicant? All right, then we can close the hearing. All right, comments? I think I can support this master plan, and, we've heard several speakers sort of lament about it'd be better if all the windows went back to its historical configuration. But I think one thing I would say is that, the commission has been discerning in terms of these master plans, and it does depend on the history of these individual buildings. And I think that when I look at what you have right now, and the fact that there's very little historic windows, and even at the lower level, it's fairly mixed. And then you have these other windows, which are not double-hung windows, which I think are tilt and turn. But overall, this master plan actually achieves maybe not the best solution, but a solution that I could support. The lower windows, where you have much more of an immediate visual sort of experience, the multi-light windows. And again, I think, the building itself is robust enough to sort of, some buildings probably depend more on its windows, but I think that this building has, enough features, and therefore, even if these windows are sort of more simple than they were historically, I think it doesn't detract from the building itself. So I think I could support it. Others?
Yes. So much, but we're going to let others, but I'll speak.
Okay.
These are heavy lifts, getting a building of this size to accept ripping out a bunch of windows that they put in. Many of them are tilt and turn. There's no muttons at all, no anything at all. This is what they really want, often, to accept a uniform character. So I don't think we can, I won't let the very good be the enemy of the excellent in this case. I agree that would be wonderful if everybody would do 6/6. I just think it's a very hard thing to get done. And secondarily, I will point out that I've been on the commission long enough to remember several times when we've approved lower level, exact, well, nearly exact, a replication of the original, in this case 6/6, and then allowed a different but uniform character of the windows above that, often double hung. So I can support it too, because it's a much better situation than we have right now.
Maybe, Sarah, you can continue about the multi-lights. Have we seen any proposals that somehow integrate actual lights and the double glazing at all? Is there any innovation on that?
It really isn't. In order to provide the thermal barrier, you need sort of a double glazed two single.
Can one of those systems be continuous and the other not?
I think so. The way that the windows that we typically approve are two single sheets of glass creating the double glazed window with an integral applied grid. So it's not a snap-on grid. It's actually integral to the window sash frame and is fabricated as part of it. So it can't be removed later. And typically, although not always, there is a grid on the inside and a grid on the outside and a spacer bar in between, so that if you are looking at windows that are closer to street level or closer to eye level, you can see a dimension going through. I think that I have never seen a double glazed window where the muntins are true divided on the front line. I think that would sort of minimize the energy efficiency, and you might be able to support that. But I also think that you actually wouldn't get the same appearance. I think that you, from the street, could see that it's going through one pane and not the other, whereas the solution where it's on the inside and outside with the spacer bar in between might look more like what a true divided light would look like. I think either one is going to not look exactly like a true divided light. They're going to recall it, and I think. Yes, Michael.
I think that your argument actually about the case-by-case nature of this kind of valuation is very important to me as well. And I think that there have been plenty of buildings where we've despite, and I recognize the difficulty that Fred talked about, but despite that, where we have asked for applicants to do 6/6. I think in this case, the building does have sufficient detail at the top and at the bottom, and generally to sustain a mix. I think it's noteworthy that some of these windows are crapped out after 10 years. I think that's pretty phenomenal. This almost becomes a temporary installation. It's kind of bizarre, I guess, unfortunate that these windows are so poorly made. And I can't recall a case where we've ever allowed for two different manufacturers to be used on the same building. And I do worry about the relative performance and performance is their problem, the aesthetic performance of the windows over time, where one would fade more quickly than the other, or one would have fall apart, hard to imagine, more quickly than the other. That strikes me as unusual. I guess that would be my only concern.
Yes. If I could just speak to that, we have in the past approved, on Central Park West, we have approved multiple window, fiberglass window, as well as a steel on several properties on Central Park West. So we have done that in the past, we've approved. Has there been any follow-up?
Yeah, there are a number of buildings where we have approved multiple manufacturers, either two aluminum or aluminum clad, or in many cases it's a Hope steel window versus an aluminum window for a steel casement replacement. and in some cases, as Jared said, fiberglass. So on some buildings, there are even 3 different types of windows that are approved. The challenge is that each manufacturer has slightly different details, and so going forward, it requires a lot of monitoring on the staff's side. When they review those applications, they have to actually look at the details carefully to make sure that they're working on the details that were approved, which are sometimes a more custom detail to get them to match.
Are those cases where all of manufacturer A are in the base and all of manufacturer B are in the middle, or could it be that A and B could be right next to each other anywhere?
They could be right next to each other. I mean, each co-op owner is going to be choosing which one they want to do, so to the extent that 2 apartments are next to each other, there could be 2 windows next to each other. But again, we work with the manufacturers to get the profiles to match as closely as possible, and that may involve a custom profile, and so just going forward, we have to make sure that everybody knows that they're using the right profile, and so it does require more monitoring.
And I think just sort of to expand on it a little bit, our approvals, even if there's only one window type approved, we're not limiting it to a particular manufacturer. We approve details and specifications, and, buildings are allowed to bring other manufacturers in as long as the staff finds that the details and specifications match what was approved. We are getting different manufacturers providing windows for a building where only one window type is being approved.
Yes, Michael.
If I could, with regard to anything having to do with preservation being a heavy lift, sometimes it is a heavy lift, and I think it's our responsibility to make sure that that lift is somehow assisted so that these landmarks are preserved. It's the Landmarks Preservation Commission. I have the same misgivings that Michael has about not necessarily the 2 different manufacturers. What I would be concerned about is the 2 different anodizing processes. We don't know who is processing this stuff, and it's very likely that one of these finishes is going to fade much differently from the other ones. You see it all the time. So that's my major misgiving here. With regard to Sarah's... I can speak over that. With regard to energy efficiency, the Department of Energy has come out with numerous studies, and they all say that the heat loss in windows is around the perimeter of windows, not through the glass. And so, I'd like to put that one to bed forever. Okay. The reality of true divided light. They overdid the popcorn on room number 10.
Go ahead, Michael.
The reality of true divided light insulated glass is that you typically have to enlarge the mountain, and so it becomes an awkward situation.
Not a good sign. It doesn't seem like just a... Yes, Diana, please.
So in that event, perhaps we could require them to choose one or the other, that they're not, we're not specifying that they wouldn't have a different method, one method.
Right, so I think what that... what Mark was saying is that, if we approve this master plan, we approve the details. So the details, regardless of the manufacturer, should be the same, which is in terms of...
So that means you couldn't do an aluminum window versus an aluminum clad window. You would be doing either one or the other, and they could get anybody to make it. But it would be the same substrate and the same finish.
I think that would make sense, right? To have it, if this is about uniformity over the long term, then I think you want to have the windows having exactly the same details. And I agree that the color finish whoever is the manufacturer should have the same color for whichever window that's being replaced as a part of the master plan. So, yes, go ahead.
The other hopeful thing about all of this is that, in fact, I've never heard of a replacement window situation in New York City where they actually lasted more than 10 years. So it's, the hopeful thing is that we'll be able to revisit this in another decade.
Okay. Right. So I think we could, yes.
Is the proposal to not allow them to do aluminum and an aluminum clad? Is that what we're talking about? Or?
Well, they could just choose one and...
Okay. I mean, I was just saying, the commission has in the past, this is not an atypical request for apartment buildings where some people want to have wood on the inside and other people don't care, and it's a question of cost for various people. And so we have allowed that. I'm just bringing it to your attention. We have allowed big buildings to let shareholders and tenants choose whether they want to have wood on the inside or metal.
Okay, so it's really about what's inside, whether it's metal or wood.
That's what a lot of
it doesn't have a sort of an exterior manifestation, then does the commission...
I think to dive into the weeds a bit more, I think that if the staff were able to ascertain that the paint being used had, the same warranty and, I think that would do it.
The same ASTM.
Right, if they met the same standards, I think that it'd be okay to let them pick, and that's probably something that they can come up with.
I could support that. Okay, great. So then we can move to decision. I forgot where we were in the... yes, sorry.
Okay, in the matter of 18097 1111 Park Avenue, a.k.a. 1109, 1115 Park Avenue, the Park Avenue Historic District, colonial revival-style apartment building designed by Schwartz and Gross and built in 1924-5. And the application is to establish a master plan governing the future installation of windows. I note the building style, scale, materials, and details are among the features that contribute to the special architectural and historic character of the Park Avenue Historic District, and recommend approval with some modifications. Finding that the multi-light double-hung windows at the lower 3 floors of the primary facade will match the historic windows in terms of configuration and operation. That the majority of the windows on the upper floors of the primary facades of the building have been changed to 1/1 double-hung windows, therefore maintaining the dominant 1/1 configuration on the upper floors of these facades will help create a uniform fenestration pattern above the building base. That since the base of the building is clearly defined from the upper floors at the primary facades, the installation of the 2 different window types, one for each section of the building, will be consistent with the design of these facades. That the proposed 1/1 double-hung windows at the secondary facades will be in keeping with windows historically found at secondary elevations of buildings of this type, style, and age in terms of configuration. That although not matching the historic lighter colored finish, the proposed dark brown finish will be in keeping with the finish of existing windows at buildings of this type, style, and age, and with the finish of the windows at this building since the early 20th century. That the differences in dimensions between the metal windows and the metal-clad windows will result in only subtle variations in the overall appearance of the windows when seen from public thoroughfares. That the establishment of a building-wide master plan for window replacement will ensure a uniform fenestration pattern at the building over time. We do request that the applicant work with staff to achieve, to make sure that the composition of the paint, of the finish is consistent. And what is the approval? The standard? A what?
ESTM or something.
What was the standard that it needed to meet? Same SDM standard for paint. Thank you.
Yes, is that an issue? Yes.
For clarity with that, so that the finish, it's a uniform finish on both window types, and that they meet the ASTM standards? Okay.
So second, all in favor? Any opposed? This application is approved. We have time for one more?
For one more,
Okay,
yeah.
great, and then we'll break.
Yeah, okay, so this is item 16, it's docket number 178929, 127 East 92nd Street, located within the Carnegie Hill Historic District. This is a neo-Gothic Queen-Anne-style row house designed by C. Abbott French and Company and built in 1886-87. The application is to construct rooftop and rear yard additions.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Historic Preservation staff. I present you an application for 127 East 92nd Street, located between Park Avenue and Lexington Avenue in the Carnegie Hill Historic District. The application is to construct a one-story rooftop and a three-story rear yard addition, and it will include excavation work at the back of the house. The proposed stucco-clad rooftop addition will be minimally visible from a public thoroughfare. Walter Rodke, the architect of the project, will present the application on behalf of the owner.
My name is Walter Rodke. I'll be presenting for 127 East 92nd Street. So you can see the 1940 tax photo, 1980 tax photo and existing. You can see that it's pretty much stayed the same all this time. We'll be maintaining the existing facade. The property located on 92nd Street, right at the eastern edge of the Carnegie Hill District. So this is the cellar floor. This is the area of extension here and the area of excavation that was mentioned. The existing building has a two-story rear addition. So on the basement and first floors, we are filling in the L in the back. So here the second floor, first floor, so there's the existing rear addition, and that's where we're filling in the L. And on the second floor, that is our full-story addition. And the third floor, that is the roof of the addition. And then this is our new floor that we're adding, the fourth floor. So we're stepping back from the front and 3 feet from the rear as well. So we're maintaining the existing third floor facade and window openings, cornice and window heads. So the existing facade, which you saw in the photos, the historic photos, so we're maintaining the existing facade, stepping back for our new rooftop addition. This is the existing rear addition. This is the existing rear yard extension. So we will be filling in the L and then adding our one-story addition on top of that, maintaining our third floor, maintaining the cornice, maintaining the window widths, head condition, and that's our new addition. So existing section, you can see the existing rear yard addition. So we are adding, we're filling in the L, and then adding our new floor here, maintaining the third floor, stepping back 3 feet, and that is our new floor, step back from the front and stuff as well. And this is axonometric, actually shows where we built the mock-up. There's a 2-foot setback, that's the third floor that we're maintaining. There's our full floor, and this is where we're filling in the well. On either side of the new rooftop, we're going to be using stucco cement plaster. This is to help it blend into the buildings in the rear, which you'll see on the photographs. This is our building, that's the existing rear extension. You can see that the other townhouses in our row already have their 2-floor full-width extensions. There's a 5-floor new building on the other side of our property line. Large buildings on the northeast corner here, which keep our property from being seen from anywhere but this side. So we constructed our rooftop addition. I should say that we originally had proposed and constructed a 2-story rooftop addition to take advantage of the new building that was on the other side that is two-story, has a two-story addition. But after presenting to community board and after working with our preservationists and walking around looking at the mock-up, we decided not to go with the two-story addition, so we removed the second story and we're only going with the one-story addition. So here's some of the neighbors' rooftops, just to show you what's up in the area. So this is our building from the rear. This is the existing rear extension, so we'll be filling in this L. This is that five-story new building that you see on the west side of our property. These are the other two-story additions now looking east from the rear. So that's us at 127. That is the existing rear extension. This property next to us has the full two-story rear extension. That's where we're filling in the L. And this is the new building with the five-story building next to us at 125. So here's our street views. And our visibility study. So because of our large buildings here, you can't even see our property from the north. So from across the street and from down west on 92nd Street, you cannot see, there's no visibility. We do have minimal visibility from across the avenue here, which I'll show you in just a second. So this is our building in the orange. You can just barely see it. We blew it up right here, so you see that little bit of orange is what you see of our mock-up. And again, the buildings behind are that white-colored cement plaster, and that's why we elected to go with that and working with our preservationists. And no visibility from the other areas. That's our presentation.
Are there any questions? Yes, Diana.
I don't know if you've got a picture here, I don't think so, of the rear, what's the fenestration like on the top floors of the buildings in the row, so to speak? You've got a large new building next to you, I realize, but I'm talking about in the other direction. In other words, is there any pattern, or is it...
So there are various types of additions. There's really no pattern with them.
I'm looking at the top floor issue.
Top floor?
So traditionally, it was kind of just a three window.
Right, our building, though.
You have something different. Yeah, no, I understand. That was the question. Thank you.
All right, are there other questions? For now? Will you take testimony? Elizabeth Fagan?
Elizabeth Fagan, Friends of the Upper East Side. Although the project team was not forthcoming with us about this project, Friends would like to comment on the troublesome aspects which we gleaned from the proposal documents. The proposed rear extension at 127 East 92nd will add too much height and bulk to this row house, thus encroaching upon the donut space of the block. In addition, the large windows at the rear result in an excessive amount of glazing for a traditional row house. Friends does not object to the rooftop addition as it will not be visible from the street. Number 127 was built as a row of 5, which extended east to number 135. These buildings were originally designed with an alternating facade pattern, and in the rear also had alternating rear yard extensions. When constructed, each row house had a small extension which took up only half of the building's width. These extensions were cleverly paired back to back along the row to allow each rear yard the maximum amount of light and air. Only one building in this row, at number 133, has had a major addition onto its original extension. This building now has a 2-story full-width extension, which Friends opposed. Additionally, a new building was built next door at number 125. At the LPC hearing for the project, many neighbors and groups testified against the building's bulk and rear depth, which extended far beyond the other row houses in the block. By allowing the application proposed today to increase the size of its rear yard extension would only exacerbate an existing problem and would set a precedent for others. Overall, Friends asked the Commission to deny the rear yard extension. Thank you.
Are there any other speakers on this item? Any other speakers? All right, Community Board 8 recommends approval of the front facade and rooftop addition and recommends disapproval of the rear addition. And we also received a letter from the next door neighbor who opposes the proposal. Okay. Do we have any other questions for the applicant? Okay, so we can close the hearing. All right, comments? Yes, Jeannie.
Just speaking to the rear windows, I do kind of feel like there's no symmetry here. It's kind of, it's a hodgepodge of different sizes and proportions, and I'm just wondering why that is.
I'll have the applicant answer that question. And some of it may have to do with existing floor-to-floor heights, but yes, go ahead. We'll be open for you to answer.
This is the existing third floor we're maintaining, which is what our preservation is asking us to do. So keep the floor and keep the existing floor so that the rear street wall is maintained throughout the rear of the existing two-row townhouses. So that will be maintained. So we kept it very organized. This existing one, sure, was not original, so it's completely disorganized what's here. We want to maintain something very straight and organized. So where we were able to do something, and this is forward of the third floor, so our forward elevation, we want to keep very straight, and so that will help.
And the widths of the three lower windows, the one on the top, the third, no, sorry, starting from the bottom.
Yeah.
The one with the railing is next up. It's different. It's not as wide as the other two. And why is that?
Down here?
Yeah.
This is the level of the rear yard. So this is the rear yard, and this is the kitchen. So for purposes of having a nice living room, living area in the kitchen, we want as much light in here as possible. We have a balcony that will break up and shade that window, and these are maintained to the same widths.
Yes, Adi.
I think that the extension is appropriate, and I actually think it's interesting in that beyond appropriate, I actually think it's interesting in that it sort of accentuates this very strange, the narrowness of this building. And I think the fact that the commission did permit the contemporary building next door to push out, and sort of this kind of hems this building in, and the adjacent townhouses have been extended, not as much, but to some extent, I think it's appropriate.
Okay, others? Okay, I agree. I think that the massing, both for the rooftop addition as well as the rear yard, is appropriate given the context of this block itself. And I agree that the adjacent building sort of does hem it in, and so that its extension will still sort of fit in. But even if you look at other buildings along the block, there are several that are deep and that are taller. And so I think we sometimes find these unusual blocks in this particular historic district. There are other areas where the rear yards are much more pristine and they're lower buildings. So I think this block can sort of accept, so to speak, the addition that they're proposing. And just in terms of the rear yard facade, and to speak to that issue, I think we've seen fairly eclectic rear yard facades in the past, including some that try and maintain at the higher floors the original rhythm of piers and masonry, while at the lower floors where they're really not as visible, even within the rear yard buildings, even though, of course, they're not visible from outside, we've allowed for much more sort of transparency and more windows to bring light and air to the lower levels. So I think from that perspective, I don't find that the fact that some of the proportions change at each floor is disturbing, and I think there is still a composition of rhythm to it. So I think I can accept it.
The one that kind of bothers me. But whatever, I mean, I'm just...
Okay. All right, I don't know, Commissioners, if you, I think this, we've looked at elevations like this or facade treatment, and we've accepted it in the past. Yes?
Just one more comment about rear yard extension. So often we see it pushing out. Here it's just filling in an L which already exists. So that's to me a much more innocuous kind of rear yard extension than where something doesn't exist at all and it's pushing out into the into the donut.
Okay, are there any other comments? All right, so why don't we move to a decision, Diana?
Okay. In the matter of a certificate of appropriateness, Borough of Manhattan, 1789-29, 127 East 92nd Street, Carnegie Hill Historic District. Application is to construct rooftop and rear yard additions. I note that the style, scale, materials, and details of the building are among the features that contribute to the special architectural and historic character of the Carnegie Hill Historic District. I recommend approval, finding that the construction of the proposed rooftop addition will not cause damage to or demolition of any significant features of the building, that the rooftop addition will be minimally visible when viewed from Lexington Avenue, and is seen primarily against the backdrop of those taller buildings and undesigned secondary facades, that the proposed neutral stucco cladding at the rooftop addition is in keeping with the material palette of the building and will not call undue attention to itself, that the rear yard addition and excavation work will not be visible from any public thoroughfare, that the addition will not project further than any other existing rear yard additions within the block, therefore the addition will not diminish the central green space or presence of a rear yard, that the proposed rear yard addition will not rise to the full height of the building, and that the top floor will be reconstructed, thereby preserving the relationship between this and other buildings in this row, as well as the brick corbelled cornice. That design and materiality of the proposed addition featuring multi-light windows, brick cladding, and glass elements will be in keeping with additions and secondary facades found elsewhere in the historic district. That this row features a variety of grades at the rear yards given the slope of the street. Therefore, the excavation will not significantly diminish the relationship of this yard to the neighboring yards within the green space, and that the excavation will be done in compliance with the Department of Buildings regulations under the supervision of a licensed professional engineer or registered architect to protect the building's facades and the adjacent buildings.
Second, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? This application's approved, and we will break for lunch and come back at 1:15.
Interesting. Yeah, government.
It's so hot.
Let's see, where are we? Okay, Commissioners, the next item on the agenda is item 17. It's an application for certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Manhattan, docket number 186969. This is 363 Lafayette Street, located within the NoHo Historic District Extension. It's currently a vacant lot, and the application is to construct a new building.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Edith Bellinghausen, Preservation Staff. Proposal is to construct a new building. This is a vacant lot that's located on the east side of Lafayette Street between Bond and Great Jones. That is on the western edge of the NoHo Extension Historic District. The team's here to present this application.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Valerie Campbell. I'm Special Counsel with Kramer 11, and we're Land Use Counsel to the owner of the site. This is a proposal for a new building. Some Commissioners may recall that in 2006, 2008, there was a VSA application for another building, another design on this site. This is a different design, and it is a totally as-of-right building in terms of, use and in terms of bulk, and its design reflects its immediate context and including the neighboring buildings. So Elise Quaisbarth is going to start with sort of a history of the site.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm Elise Quaisbarth from Higgins Quaisbarth with Historic Preservation Consultants on this project. We're really excited about this project. It reflects really well the specificity of the site context, and the new building addresses both the history of the site and the eccentric shape of the lot. And it begins to address the recent neighborhood buildings constructed before designation, including the building that's just next door, and you'll see that as we go along. The map on the left is the historic district map. It's the NoHo extension. The red right along Broadway, Lafayette Street is right here, and it's this entire street front between Great Jones and Bond Street. This is the site itself, which is right here behind construction fence. This is a building that's been under construction for many years, and it presents its side wall to Lafayette Street, and our building will rise up next to it. Without this development, we might have a different response to the site we have today. This is the site looking north from Bond Street, and what we note is the jagged edge of the side walls presenting to Lafayette Street, and the side walls and very eccentric trapezoidal-shaped lots were the result of what I like to call an urban cataclysm of cutting through Lafayette Street at the close of the 19th century. and this is a little bit closer detail of the history. The map over here shows Lafayette Place, stopping up here at Great Jones Street, and Elm Street, which is down here below Prince. In the late 1880s, the city started to consider how to alleviate some of the traffic congestion, and it was decided that they would extend Elm from downtown all the way through up to Lafayette Street. And I know that we've all heard the story about what happened to the Puck Building. The Puck Building was shaved and a new facade was put on. North of Prince and up to Great Jones, basically they were plowing right through the blocks, and what were originally mid-block sites became corner sites with their ragged side walls exposed. So this view shows our site, which is right here, an adjacent building, not the one that's there now, right here. To orient you a little bit, this is the Schermerhorn building, and this big building was an orphanage, which is now an empty lot just to the north of our site. This is looking south. This construction took about 10 years to get the street done, and then the subways were put in. And these are some later historical images from the 1930s. Again, this is our site. What happened here, and what happened in other parts along Lafayette Street, we sometimes see it on 7th Avenue South where the streets were cut through, that these leftover sites ended up with gas stations on them, little taxpayers, like the one down a little farther south that you may have seen today. This one had a diner on it, signs were put up. So they had miscellaneous uses until something else could happen, be put forward. What we also note is that because Great Jones was the end of Lafayette Street, the architecture that's north is much more muscular. It faces the street. Many of the buildings are corner buildings. We have the Public Theater and the Divinity Press. There's the Schermerhorn building here. They really address the street. Now, our site is on the south side, and what happened on the south side, or what's remaining on the south side at Lafayette, are empty lots. This is outside of the district, but it's that little sandwich shop down at Mulberry, which is a little triangle. We have little taxpayer-type buildings that started lives as garages and gas stations, and sometimes somebody was able to squeeze in a little two-story building, but there's not a lot of architecture on the east side of Lafayette Street. The intersection that we're on, Lafayette and Great Jones, is a really powerful place that can allow us to think about how we say so frequently that new architecture can help weave together the pieces of the city that still remain. So this is an intersection between Great Jones and Lafayette, but also between the NoHo Historic District and the NoHo Extension. And really, at the time of designation, we had one building, this one. There was an empty lot here, which is where the orphanage used to be, our lot, which was empty, and then this one across the street on the west side, which was just recently constructed. So here's a place where we have two really important historic districts, but the intersections had not much of anything. So we have the opportunity to really anchor this location. In addition, something that is really a piece of the NoHo Extension District is that there was already some really interesting contemporary architecture before designation. So these three buildings were constructed on Bond Street, which is right around the corner from us, and the designation report really embraces them as contributors to the historic space. It's also interesting to note, because it does feature in our project, that all of these buildings have street walls and then extensions set back from the street wall, and that they did comply with zoning. So we didn't want to just look at modern buildings in the district to help inform the design process. We looked at the nature of many of the historic buildings in the expanded district, and because so many of them were mid-block buildings, they tended to have a certain kind of verticality to them, which our site doesn't really lend itself to. However, what we did find that was quite interesting was that many of those buildings had masonry frames, and set within those masonry frames were horizontal gangs of windows. So there was a really interesting play between the vertical and the horizontal. These buildings are all in the district. This one is in the NoHo district across the street, but it's within eyeshot of our building. And what we also found with these two buildings, that at the top, the joining of the upper two stories architecturally was something that was kind of interesting, and we wanted to employ in the new design. To get a closer look at those buildings, their geometry might be kind of simple, but the architectural expression, the terracotta spandrel panels, or the cast iron spandrels, brick, used and employed in different ways, really enriched the design, and it's something that Morris and his team really looked at closely in terms of how to decorate the massing of their design. This is before and after view down Lafayette Street from Great Jones. This is our site again, and we'd heard some comments at the community board about verticality, and we really wanted to look at the site and this building as something that's not, it's of the district, but it's also of the history of the site and the cutting through of the street. If you look from here all the way down to the end of the historic district, every building that faces the street is a sidewall. And there's very little architecture on that side. So this building starts to heal the wounds of the cutting through, starts to tie together the architecture of the district, answering both the historic buildings, the new buildings, and the context. So I think what we would like to end with is, I would like to end with before Morris starts to speak, is that the proposal heals the jagged edge of the urban context, the shifting volumes, which you'll see a little bit better when Morris starts to talk about it, the massing and the one-story prow, which faces to the south, acknowledge and address the Lafayette Street cut-through. The height of the new building simultaneously finishes the inherited sidewall condition of the adjacent building, and it affords room for its architecture to be dynamic in its response to the eccentricities of its site. So I'd like to pass it now to Morris Ajmi, who's the architect.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Commissioners. As Valerie said, this is an as-of-right building. We also worked closely with 20 Bond to make some accommodations for the windows, which I can speak to a little bit later. In this view, you can see the cuts a little bit more clearly. I also have a model which perhaps I can pass around, I'll pass the model by itself around, and also the detail model, because I think it would be really helpful to see how we've articulated the facade. As Elise mentioned, we looked at some of the buildings in the district south of Great Jones, but also in north of Great Jones, buildings that are framed with a masonry and infill of either terracotta, brick, and in some cases cast iron. We're proposing a brick building with terracotta and metal frame windows. At every 2 stories, we have a slight shift in the plan, which creates this planting bed, which we think recalls this cut through the street. And here's a view of the building looking from the south. On the left is existing condition, and on the right is looking north from the south. And I'll talk a little bit about this extension, or this show window. It's a commercial building with a showroom on the ground floor and community facility on the second floor. This is an image, obviously not in the district, of the Flatiron Building, which had a similar extension and a show window, and we use that as a reference point for that extension. And here I have a series of images which show sort of how the massing works. We have 2-story blocks that are stacked up with this cut or shift at the top of each one of those. And then we've articulated those with the brick frame. Inside that frame, a 2-story expression of the windows, and then a decorative band dividing those floors within that. Have the elevations, which I'll run through, and then some of the details I can show you blown up. So, as Elise mentioned, this is a very complicated site, and had this building not been there, we probably would have had a slightly different approach in terms of the overall massing, but we think this really does respond well to the adjacent building at 25, which is a 3-block to 22 bond. And the elevation showing the extension and the organization of those facade elements. This is, you can see just a sliver of the windows all the way on the right there. And then blow-up elevations. But I'll just go through these because I have more detailed blow-ups of all of the facade elements here. This is a section, actually, which shows the cut and the shift every 2 floors. And then here are the details showing. So we have a basket weave pattern in the terracotta at that intermediate floor. These terracotta fins that are like a truncated triangle in shape, those project about 8 inches, or 12 inches, but minus the window, so about 8 inches from the facade. And they have a recess, a decorative recess that runs around the entire, or along the entire fin and on the underside and the sill of the frame. Here's the detail, which is slightly different at that extension. The window-based spacing is the same, but it's slightly lower, actually, to accommodate the window. And then here's the double floor layout, which shows the basket weave here, and those fins, which you can see the detail there. And the blow-up of that. And I believe you can see that in the model as well. I have the plans if you wanted me to run through them.
Thank you, yes.
What are those made of?
Those are terracotta.
This is all terracotta.
All terracotta.
And this is?
Brick. So,
But is it gloss brick or matte?
it's a matte, it's a matte brick and satin terracotta. Just the frame of the window itself.
Yes, Fred?
Morris, what led to the double height, repetitive double height? It produces a huge scale that seems to be out of sync with at least some of the neighbors.
when we looked at a single height, and it felt very busy vertically, and also felt that the double height was a good counterpoint to the verticality of the 25 great chimneys.
Other questions? Okay. Yes, go ahead.
And then just the rationale or the narrative around how and why the two facades are the same, in a sense. You know, the Lafayette cut as opposed to the short side. And the way that it also doesn't read like a corner.
Right.
So what's the thinking?
Well, let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
Are you asking if we would have just made the cuts on Lafayette and left the Great Jones facade straight, or?
I'm just asking about the thinking.
I think when we looked at it, we felt that it should read as a corner because of all of the sort of violence of that cut through. And then we felt that stitching it back together, but still expressing the fact that there was a history of this cut through connecting Elm to Lafayette made sense.
And yet, would you agree that it doesn't really read like a corner building?
I don't know if I agree with that.
No?
No, I think it does.
Okay, all right.
And then one other thing, and then this slight skewing or non-orthogonal in plan thing that you're doing, how do you think that reads? I mean, do you think it reads from the street, or can you decipher it, do you think?
I think you can decipher it. I think we've also accentuated it with this planting bed, so that green will further emphasize the cut or the shift.
But it's like, what's the degree of the shift? It's really, what is it, 2 degrees? It's 2 degrees.
2 feet. It's 2 feet at the corner of Great Jones and Lafayette, going down to 0. So I don't have the actual.
It's like a degree. Right?
Are there other questions for now? Okay. Why don't we take testimony? I'm sure there may be additional questions. All right, Barbara Sale?
Barbara Zay of the Historic Districts Council. HDC is concerned about the proposed design for 363 Lafayette Street, a quirky corner lot that calls out for a highly finessed design, and we feel that this proposal has not hit the mark just yet. The buildings typically found in NoHo are finely detailed and do not contain setbacks or irregular massing. In order to relate to the district, which this building seems to be attempting to do, it should at the very least rise straight up, much like the new building rising across the street at 11 Great Jones Street, also designed by this architect, which goes further toward presenting a modern and contextual insertion. The irregular massing and strategy of setbacks are awkward in this context, especially for this heavily trafficked corner. There are some nice gestures in the details of 363, including the use of terracotta and shaped mullions. However, the very large single-pane windows, as well as the general quantity of glass and the overall bulk of the building, work against those details, rendering them difficult to notice. The design seems to take cues more from the new building rising to the east. If approved, those walking through this intersection might lose all sense of being in a historic district at all. Thank you.
Thank you. Christopher Ruff?
Christabel Goff for the Society for the Architecture of the City. It has that zoning diagram look, stacked blocks, an illustration of the vast floor area that can be put on the site. Perhaps the explanation of the design process is unfortunate. It brings back a story the late David Todd, once chair of this commission, used to tell. As a young practitioner, he was walking on Fifth Avenue with an elderly architect with a Beaux-Arts background. And the old gentleman was looking at the building and praising it, and he said that the building itself was very, very plain, a very ordinary building, until they put the architecture on it. And that, you see, said Todd, was the state the Beaux-Arts had come to. It was, well, we make a box, and then we sort of stand back and throw on the ornament, whether it's appropriate, whether it really comes out of the nature of the building, whether it's all of a whole, that was secondary. The proposed massing is completely alien to the district in form and is certainly pushing the envelope in height as the smaller blocks lean drunkenly against their neighbor. No amount of surface rationalization can help. Set in a very prominent location, this proposal would damage NoHo, and visual damage to one district inflicts potential administrative damage on all others.
Thank you. Sarah B. Knappman.
Hi, I'm Andrew Berman. I'm testifying on behalf of the Greenwich Village Society for Historic Preservation. The site of the proposed new structure sits at an incredibly prominent and highly visible site in NoHo. While GVSHP has no objection to a new building on this site or of a contemporary design, it's important that the design be appropriate to its unique surroundings, largely consisting of the loft-style buildings which characterize NoHo. Thus, we do feel that there needs to be some changes. To start, the massing seems ill-suited for the location. The ziggurat-style setbacks are out of place and not in keeping with the surrounding buildings. A more fitting design would be boxier, like a traditional loft or warehouse, reaching a single height with a strong cornice with possibly a single-story setback penthouse. While the size of the structure and materials are appropriate, the unrelieved repetitiveness of the facade, particularly along Lafayette Street, makes it too horizontal in its expression and out of keeping with the surrounding historic structures. The addition of vertical elements in the facade would aid in a more successful and appropriate design, balancing the current horizontal orientation. Such elements could also be useful to break up the facade into more appropriately scaled sections, creating a stronger but less monotonous rhythm, especially on the western facade, and adding more balance and symmetry typical to a loft building. Thus, we urge the Commission to ask for such changes in order to make the design more appropriate for its surroundings and the NoHo Historic District and Extension. Thank you.
Thank you. Peter Letsky. Yes, Peter Letsky. Do you want to speak first? Okay. So we'll first take Carolyn Harris, and then after that, two residents from 20 Bond Street.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, Commission. I'm Caroline Harris, partner at Goldman Harris LLC. I represent 20 Bond Owners Corp., which is the ownership of 20 Bond Street, immediately adjacent to the development site. One of the shareholders of 20 Bond Owners Corp. is Chuck Close, the well-known and highly regarded artist who is mentioned in the NoHo Extension Historic District Report as one of the celebrated artists who made this area his home and studio, contributing to the dynamic character of NoHo. We support the application relating to 363 Lafayette Street that's presented here today. The design prepared by Morris Ajmi is appropriate for the neighborhood and has the extraordinary benefit of respecting the western-facing windows of 20 Bond Street and allowing light to reach the northern portion of 20 Bond, where Mr. Close has his studio on the first floor and the other artists have windows facing north. The applicant also has designed a light well and skylight, enabling light to reach Mr. Close's studio on the northern portion of the western facade, which is shown on a diagram I have here and would like to share with the Commission. this design, as well as the commitment to maintain the one-story along Lafayette immediately in front of 20 Bond, and allowing for the light to pass to the northern portion of 20 Bond are essential components of our support. Apart from the benefits of the design to 20 Bond Street, the design is appropriate for this location in the historic district. The peculiar shape of the site made by the cut from the extension of Lafayette Street and the creation of these slivered triangles remains visible. The neighborhood is shaped by this cut, and it's wonderful that the history of the area will remain visible as part of this new design. So often, historic development in historic districts covers up what the history was, even if the architecture is appropriate for the neighborhood. This way, we can continue to see exactly what the diagonal was created by the cut in Lafayette Street. Similarly, the visibility of what's sort of left in what's sort of a donut hole behind 20 Bond will recall that history of the site, which has been, that back portion of 20 Bond has been visible for, I don't know, over a century now. The NoHo District Report describes variations in heights of buildings in NoHo along the Lafayette Street corridor. It mentions 6 to 12-story variations in height. The 10-story massing on the northern portion of this site is balanced by the 1-story massing on the southern portion. The variation in height is reminiscent of the variation along the corridor, although perhaps more extreme with the ones. Do I have more?
I'm sorry, the time is up.
Can I hurry conclude?
Well, just very quickly, in 30 seconds.
Very quickly, we think that the design avoids a cavernous feeling that a complete street wall building would create, and allows for visual increase when you're looking from the south-north. The developers agreed to cooperate with the owners regarding mural relocation, punching more windows, and we urge you to approve this.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Catherine Posey? Peter Valetsky. Yes, Peter Valetsky, and then we'll to Catherine Posey.
Hello, I'm Peter Valetsky, president of 20 Bond Street, and we support the design as it is currently being submitted to landmarks today. It's a result of some what we feel is fine work by Mr. Adjerman in association with his client and the rest of the design team. A good deal of time and discussion was spent on this with 20 Bond. It, as Caroline Harris has pointed out, preserves the western windows and the view of the western wall, which has been that way for about 100 years. The one-story space at the bottom does not impair someone's ability to get a sense of the history of this block, and we've always considered it kind of an iconic streetscape for the last 30, 40 years, as long as 20 Bond has been there in its current form. Well, the building's been there longer, just as a co-op. So we feel the massing of the new building is appropriate, and it certainly gives someone a sense of what the NoHo extension is if they come in and look at the western wall of Bond and look east towards the river. So we encourage landmarks to approve the design as it's currently rendered. Thank you.
Thank you. Catherine Posey?
Hello, my name is Catherine Posen, and I moved into 20 Bond Street in 1973. I formed the Catherine Posen Dance Company, which was fortunate to receive support from the National Endowment for the Arts, the New York State Council on the Arts, the Guggenheim Foundation, Fulbright, and others. I have a dance studio there, and our company works in this space where we are fortunate to have space, air, and light. The dancers can go to the windows to cool off. I can look outside at the patterns that New York affords as inspiration, and we feel we have been fortunate and inspired to have the western windows on the 4th floor of 20 Bond Street. We are grateful to this project for healing the indeed torn wound of this block, and we are grateful to this project for maintaining the life of the artists and the feeling of community and artists working together that is indeed the history of 20 Bond and now 363.
Thank you. Are there any more speakers on this item? Any more speakers? Right, Community Board 2 recommends approval with modifications, and they recommend the main building have a stronger vertical expression in the structure, in particular the windows be narrower, reflect the proportions of the windows typical in the district, and there be a greater proportion of solid to void, and that the white panels on the south facade of the main building have more texture, and that consideration be given to the green roof on the south extension, and care be given to the artificial light from the considerable number of windows to make sure that it does not disturb the neighborhood. Would the applicant team want to respond to comments?
We did change the proportions of the brick frame as well as increase the number of windows, so we made those more vertical as a result. And I think part of the problem was we didn't have that detailed model. When we presented to the community board, they couldn't see all the detail in the drawings, which we lightened a little bit, but the detail is there.
Do we have any more questions for the architect or for the development team? Okay, in that case, we can close the hearing. All right. I just want to say, I know the site very well, and it goes back, I think, over 10 years ago when I was at the BSA, and there was an application for the site. And there's always sort of, I think the board at that time grappled with issues about neighborhood character and balancing the impacts of a building on its surrounding, within the surrounding context of its neighbors. And this predates the actual historic district designation that happened, I think, in maybe 2000, and I can't remember exactly the date. So it was interesting because it is a very unusual site in terms of it was considered unique, but it's also unusual in the sense of history, and I think that it does, as a result of that, can have different responses to the site. And I say that because there was a comment about why are you not having a full street wall building, and that's a more typical approach, and that was done on the other side of the street on Lafayette, which interestingly enough, those two buildings also came before the BSA. And the volume and the massing at that time was similar to this, and it was about sort of finding a neighborhood character finding. So there are different responses to the site. You could have a street wall building, but I think, in my opinion, you don't have to have a street wall building over the entire length, and you can mass the building somewhat differently. I think the other thing interesting about this site in the context of the historic district is the historic district is very unusual. And unlike some others, it was designated after a significant number, in fact, 4 pretty contemporary buildings were developed in the blocks on Bond Street, and one that you can see is the hotel next door. And they have a very strong presence, and so I think there was a recognition that, first of all, NoHo Extension has a mix of buildings, as I think the applicant's team pointed out, but there was also sort of a recognition that the contemporary buildings are a part of that mix, and I think the other layer is that it is not just about the architecture, but it does have its own sort of cultural history, its loft building, its artist community as well. And so it's somewhat different from perhaps other historic districts where it's really about the architecture. And so I think, for me, I think that it creates opportunities and different approaches to the site that one can find appropriateness in. And so it's interesting that we heard testimony about the street will along the entire length, the shorter building, that in fact this shape of multiple setbacks is atypical of the loft building. But the district also has contemporary buildings with setbacks, and so I don't know if the commission is restricted to just look at only the historic buildings in the context of a sense of place. And I think that allows us to think about different forms. I just want to say one thing else just generally about some of the presentation that we received, and what I think is sort of interesting in creating a contemporary building within the context of its immediate surroundings. So that this building is not a building that just could be built anywhere, and it's a modern building, but it speaks very specifically to this site, and it speaks to it in several ways. It sort of recognizes the history of the site and how it changed in its configuration after the extension of Lafayette Street. So I think it speaks to the angles, however subtle they may be. I think it speaks to the fact of mix of buildings within NoHo itself. I think it speaks to its immediate neighbor, which again was a building that luckily is going to be shortened than what it is like now, but predates the historic district. And then later on, when modifications were made, it came before this commission. And I think the argument about sort of connecting the streetscape is actually I think a very compelling argument. And we talk about the scar, and I think the scar was created not necessarily by just Lafayette Street going through, but the fact that you have this adjacent building, hotel, which wasn't speaking to the context. So I think I think the approach to the site I think very easily support, and I think it would be, in fact, a good addition to this neighborhood. Yes, Addie?
Yeah, I have a different take on it. But first, I want to say, earlier we had a discussion about the design of a building that was conceived in some sort of relationship with Beaux-Arts, but without the detail refinement yet. And I think that the one thing that I'll say that I'm struck with is that actually in this project, this detail of the approach to the window treatment, the terracotta set in behind the brick, the thinking about the kind of the profile of that terracotta, I think is so interesting and so rich, and it reminds me of sort of what was missing in the previous project that we saw. It wasn't just an issue of like the absent craftsmanship or ornamentation, but it was that the Beaux-Arts sort of, regardless or in addition to what Christy Guff said about kind of adding the architecture, is that it had something to say in the ornament. And I think that in this case, this design has something to say about the relationship, the history of terracotta in the district, the relationship, kind of a new approach to it, the way that it's kind of, there's a celebration of what it can be again, the use of that material again, as there has been to a lesser, I think, less successful resolution across the street. But I do not understand the design sort of thinking approach to the, I want to say massing, but it's beyond massing. Like, what is the idea here? I don't understand it. And if the idea is a corner building, then A, it fails to achieve that, and B, I don't think that should be the approach. In fact, what I think that what the design has tried to do is try to show us, all of us, that there's this kind of shifting that's going on, except it happens in plan, and it's sort of demonstrated with a little bit of green where that 1 degree of shift happens. I think that what's really happening on the site, though, is a kind of a splaying or a shearing, almost, of Lafayette away from the grid of the smaller street. And that would be expressed, should be expressed, it would seem to me, in a very different way, kind of like appealing. Where the peeling or the shearing or the splaying happens exactly where I think the architect is thinking a corner happens here, you know? I mean, so I have to tell you, I don't understand this design yet.
I just want to ask you, I'm not sure what you mean by about a corner building, and what are the traits that you're talking about in terms of...
Just in terms of, I don't know either. I mean, supposedly they're after a corner, but if you look at the plan of the site, it's exactly, it seems to me, at the corner, that there's, at the actual corner, that there's a kind of a buildup, or where the geometry is not orthogonal, or where, you know, you think something else needs to happen. And if it's going to be corner, it needs to be somehow reinforced. Anyway, it doesn't read as a corner. I don't think it should be, but maybe others.
I agree that the greatest problem I have with this is the fact that it establishes a corner, but when you follow the visual lines, you get to that corner and there's just this little weeny thing coming down the edge of the building. It needs to have more muscle there somehow.
We'll pull away entirely and not try to sync up. Okay.
I like it. I think that, and irrespective of whether I like it or not, I think it's appropriate. I think that it could benefit from perhaps an increase in the proportion of the masonry at the corner or at the frame. But, I mean, I think for... I view it, I think it's appropriate because a lot of the reasons that you said. I think this is not central Soho mid-block, where there's a firm method about the way things should be done. I think this is an area that has a ton of new buildings, and those buildings play fairly loosely with strict conformity with the precedent, and I think that it gives the neighborhood a kind of variety that is part of its quality. So I think that this taps into that. I think that certainly the building adjacent, the buildings down the block on Bond, have a very noticeable setback above a base. Because of its unusual position, I think that it can be divergent. I think that the discussion about a corner, I think it's got little green arrows pointing to a corner. I think it's got a symmetrical disposition about the corner, which is shown in some of the example photos. I think that there are things that you could do to make it better, but I really think it's I think it's more or less on the A game. I think the details are good. It's very interesting and very well thought out on a detail level. I don't think that looking at it in the renderings, it feels discordant with the neighborhood or like it really belongs somewhere else. However, I think it's not a knee-jerk reaction, and as such, I appreciate it. I think that initially my first reaction was stacked boxes. I've seen that a bit recently, with little green terraces, but I think that here, because it seems to point to the corner, because it relates to the kind of architecture that you do see here, where there's quite a strong history of floor-by-floor or twinned-floor demarcations of buildings. Immediately to the west of the BKSK building, it's just a stack of one-story blocks. This has three-dimensionalized that and kind of broken it out a little bit in a way that makes it contemporary. So I like it. I think that, I think it would be better if it had a little more mass on the masonry, but...
All right. I think yes.
I love the details. I'm having trouble with the massing a little bit. I appreciate and applaud and really like the fact that the building is not lower, stretched out across the entire block front. I think showing the evolution of the gash, the sidewall of, is it 20? the Chuck Close building, is a nod not only to a neighbor or a series of neighbors who've grown accustomed to their light, but I think it's an important neighbor, so I think that's not an important issue, but it's really the evolution of the street, and it acknowledges how this street came about. So I like that. It also then produces this strange one-story, which is seen a few other places along this gashed street, which I accept. But the mass, and therefore it leaves the mass of the building on the northern part of the site. And maybe I didn't get it, I think this is an as-of-right building, and therefore all the setbacks, or at least the big setback, is a result of that. And I think I'm having trouble with that as others were. I'm having a little bit of trouble with understanding how on page 10, the analysis of other buildings that have corners that are strong, and how that then can be stretched. I guess it's 100 feet. It seems discordant with other buildings when it's stretched so horizontally as it is there. I'm still a little troubled by the double height windows because it produces this super scale building, and maybe in the hands of a very good architect here, I could be persuaded that that's the right thing to do, but I'm still looking at that. And I think the corner issue is an important issue, and I think I don't see the little green arrows, but I'm thinking that corner is weakened, of course, by those minor little setbacks. Just when you start to build a corner, then it's set back and kind of weakens it. So I'm really wondering about those top 4 floors, I guess it is, and would it be better? But I guess that throws you into a BSA case or something. There we go. Anyway, I think it's more appropriate if it didn't have that setback. Anyway, series of perhaps somewhat discordant thoughts and ideas, but it's still a very interesting building, and I'm wary of if all of my thoughts were taken verbatim, which I'm sure they will not be. I hope they will not be. It does get into the obvious cookie-cutter solution, and we always rely on this architect to not let us get there.
Can I add? Oh, sorry. Sorry.
I want to agree with Fred because I think it uses the precedent of the Flatiron building, and it's just we're seeing the back of the building. And when you usually look at the Flatiron building, you're seeing it from the front, and so it becomes more than a corner building. It's a 3-sided building that's taking up a block, and it's anchoring something. And it sees like we're in the back of it, and it's not quite anchoring. And I do understand the precedence of the double height stories, because we've seen them in studio-type buildings and all that, but they're usually more vertical, and like Fred said, you don't have the setback. And the setback seems to be what's really ruining that expression with the horizontals, because it's just emphasizing the setback even that much more. And I think it needs to be a lot more vertical. It really wants to be a lot more vertical than it is sitting there. And I wondered what it looked if there's a rendering seeing it from the other side, seeing it from the acute angle side.
There's one that is on page 14. Which you can see that.
You're not quite seeing it that way. Yeah, I see it's on the side. And then it's like there, it's just a square building. It's like, it's just not, it's not totally together yet.
Right. I think it's one thing that's interesting about this site and sort of the corner and how it's treated, and probably would be appropriate in its own way if in fact they didn't do all these shifts and didn't do the setbacks. But I actually think it takes away something about this building in its sort of conceptually what is this building is trying to convey. So I think it's telling the story of the site in its own way. And, you may not agree, but I think that every site, or any site, can't sort of juxtapose an articulation at the corner that this one has chosen to do. And it's chosen to do that partly because of the history of the site itself. So there are different forms that would sit at this location comfortably. But I think that this building, and we could give the applicant the direction, we'll now make it more as a corner building and anchor it and put more masonry. We could ask them to do that. But I hesitate a little bit because I think that the building form is sort of contemporary. It's not the loft building, but its detailing kind of draws from the more historical fabric. And I would just also add that I do think the details of this building are beautifully crafted, beautifully drawn. So I think that's more in response to what some of the commissioners are saying about how we would want to perhaps guide the applicant if we're not here as yet. So I just want us to think about that.
I would just, if I could just clarify a little bit of what I was saying, just in reference to Michael's thinking or characterization, that I actually imagine or see when I look at page 6 and there's the little red site plan, I see the Lafayette side as a shard, like the face that meets Lafayette should, when I look at the plan, should read in elevation as something very thin, rather than trying to instantiate, make more substantial a corner, a heavy corner. That actually, if you were trying to do what the Flatiron building does so well, which is to kind of embody the strangeness of the leftover geometry of the city grid, then it would be about making this thing read very thin, it seems to me, rather than your approach, which is boxes on boxes. Yeah, and or the way it reads, which is this kind of more volumetric. It seems that it's about letting it splay and read as a thin thing that then gets to really continue its thinness with this one-story element.
Flavor for this. I meant to talk about that, and I just forgot it. To me, that's a complete choice that the architect can make or not make. And I think this architect, responding to this environment, has decided not to go that way. I think a very interesting building could be made that way. I agree with you. But there are many corner buildings just north of this on this very street, and many of them are illustrated in here, and we all know those buildings. They're very famous buildings. So I think that's a choice. I don't think it's the right way or the wrong way. I think you choose either of those two choices, and this applicant has chosen one way. That's my opinion.
But I don't think it's unreasonable. You mentioned hesitating to give them some direction for a possible alternative. I don't think it's unreasonable for us to ask for an alternative when we're talking about a building that's going to be in this district for at least 50 more years, 60 more years. What's the problem? I mean, if we have issues with the choices that the architect has made, I think it's not unreasonable for us to ask for a possible alternative.
That may be so, or to ask them to incorporate some ideas into this particular application. I mean, we can always ask them to explore lots of alternatives, but I think this is before us, and I hesitate not to give them to it. I hesitate because I think that in the end, that something will be lost in this building. This is a contemporary building. I think it sort of comes together, and when you have many different voices trying to design it with different pieces that may not all come together, it's complicated. And so I think if there are general ideas that the commission
feels very strongly about, then we can ask them to explore that. But I think that we should think about that and not have a menu of, it could be this, let's try and do that. And so this is a sort of clear direction, then, several ideas and say, go and try them all. All right, other comments, Julie?
I mean, everybody has said things that I agree with on both sides. I think one of Morris's strengths is, his great sense of design, his use of materials. When you get into the details, whether or not they get lost is actually something to think about. When you get into the details, they're always lovely and things you want to spend time with. I feel that way about so many of the things you've done. I do feel it's kind of like, I think a lot of it is how you look at it. When you look at it from this perspective, it seems like this chunky building. And in a way, it's in opposition to some of the care and delicacy that you've taken with the details. And I do guess I feel like it is a choice site, and I appreciate everything you're trying to do in terms of speaking to what's around it, but with some tweaks. I think it's tweaks. You could actually make it very special.
Okay, yes, Michael?
As someone who likes it as is, what I hear and what I think might be a way forward, others might not agree with, but I think that the architect has made a specific decision about how to handle the corner. I think it's, whether one likes it or not, it's been designed from the vantage point of the previous rendering. It's all about those setbacks and how they react to the corner. And it seems also to me that many of the comments relate to people's different assessments of the success or lack thereof of that approach. I think that the notion of flattening it all out and making it into a simple two-tier box would be a mistake. I think that the corner, I think, gives you some license to greater plasticity, and there's certainly tons of precedent for that in historic buildings in this district. I think that if they were to look at strengthening the corner perception of the building as a response to its site and to the view that everyone was looking at, I think it would be a stronger building. Could that be through deepening the tapers so they are more significant? Could that be through opening the corner and having some further celebration of the corner, or fetishizing or detailing, or kind of diving into the corner a little bit more in detail without losing the plasticity of the volumes, I think might address some of the concerns that I hear, without losing the license that the building, I think, legitimately takes.
John, do you want to comment on this?
I'm trying to parse through everyone else's comments here, because I think I'm hearing a couple of people saying they think as it is, it's not appropriate and we should be considering an alternative. I think that's a couple of voices. I don't see that. I think our task here is to say, this is what's before us. Is it appropriate or not? And if it requires a little tweaking, it requires a little tweaking. I can't say that this is inappropriate. I think that a couple of the comments are, numerous comments are useful in helping to guide a little bit of adjustment in it. But the idea of asking for another alternative, I think, is not necessary.
All right. Well, it seems that I think we want the applicant to explore some more the design of this building, but just to sort of get a sense from the commission, I think if one had to be sort of blunt and simplistic about it, so one is just the massing itself, and then the other is the articulation, leaving aside the details, but sort of this idea of stacked boxes, where do you put your heavier lines at the corner, how do you make it stronger, should it be thinner or more delicate? So that's a different sort of thing, that's the kind of the treatment. And of course, they're not disconnected from each other. But I do want to sort of get a sense from the commission whether they will sort of accept a general massing at this corner as proposed, which is that it's taller, that it does involve some setbacks, and that it's of a height that we're talking about. I know I can support it, but I just want to know whether other commissioners can. Yes.
Let me just...
Sorry. Yeah, go ahead.
I think it's a very interesting site, and I think the struggle is obviously the architect has taken a stand on a certain basic principle, the double height and the shifting of the block almost remind me of, in a way, the sky exposure plane on Fifth Avenue, except this one is done in a very moderate way. And I think that given the characteristics of the neighborhood, especially at Bond Street and what's across the street, I think there's a natural vernacular of a certain type of pattern, very rich and then the newer modern buildings have very strong articulated patterns. And I think that's where the struggle is a little bit, because it really depends on which angle you're looking at it. If you're going north on Lafayette, you look at it, it's a feel very different. I think the struggle is more of a Great Jones Street looking south, and I think whether we can accept it on one first glance, that tilting, the shifting of the massing on the block, I think there is a little bit of it. And I think there's no right way or wrong way. There are multiple ways to do this thing. So I think that's where for me, the dilemma is. And by the way, I hope you do well on facing the west with the sun glare and the window is.
Okay. Well,
I can answer your question
yes.
a minute ago. I spoke against the setback, but I suppose, again, I could be persuaded that setback is appropriate, but I think it's more nuanced than that. It may be entwined with perhaps a different idea about the window wall itself and how it's designed. I'm not sure. I think it's of a whole. You certainly want to avoid that chap that David Todd saw on the street, and the idea that there's an envelope and then you throw architecture at the envelope. I think it is not that, and I don't think Morris thinks it's that either, and that it's kind of both. So perhaps it's not so simple. Maybe that setback can work.
okay.
Can I just say one more thing?
Yes.
There's something that these renderings are doing that does the building a little bit of a disservice, that you can see a little bit better in the model. And maybe that's something for you to work with in general, and that is where you have those little setbacks here, which I think are lovely. Maybe that's an opportunity for a little more articulation, or just so that the bulk is not to tell you how to design, just so that the bulk doesn't feel so bulky, but if everybody gets up and looks at this, it does read better here than it reads here. I think you just don't get it as flatter here. And this is a very interesting element, and I think in terms of the corner, it actually is a little more defining, and it plays off against the building across the street, which is inverted. So it's it's something for us to consider, and also something for you to look at a little more.
Okay, so we won't take any action today. I think one thing that may be clear to Morris and the team is that the commission doesn't have like, strict ideas about, oh, do this, chop off this, but it's more sort of exploring the details and the massing, and I think you've heard what we said in some of the dilemmas or our musings and our ponderings, and so we look forward to see the next iteration of the site.
Okay, Commissioners, the next item on the agenda is item 18. It's an application for a certificate of appropriateness, the Borough of Manhattan, document number 185-89 Jane Street, located within the Greenwich Village Historic District. This is a stable and carriage house built circa 1885, now a garage and factory building, and the garage building built in 1919. The application is to alter the facades and construct rooftop additions.
So before I forget, so next Tuesday is definitely a short call.
I have to find out. What is
I would say around 11 something.
Okay. Oh, that may work.
11:30 or so. I went to the bathroom.
Commissioners, Edith Bellinghausen, Preservation staff. The subject properties are located on the north side of Jane Street, between Greenwich and Washington Streets. This is at the very western end of the Greenwich Village Historic District. In this photo of the properties at time of designation, just so for point of reference, the building on the right is 85 Jane Street. This is originally a stable and carriage house. The building on the left is 89 Jane, originally constructed as a garage building. The proposal before you today is to construct rooftop additions and to alter the facades. Commissioners will note that the proposed additions at the roof are visible from several vantage points in the surrounding blocks. Additionally, you'll note also that the proposed facade alterations include increasing the heights of the facades at both properties, partly to meet street wall requirements per zoning based on the height of the proposed additions. And the architect is here to present this proposal and answer any questions.
Good afternoon, Commissioner Stephen Harris to the property. It's categorized as 85 to 89. In fact, I think it's 85 to 93. It's 110 feet on the north side of Jane Street. It is in the process of being combined into a single parcel. Thank you for taking the time to review this. I know there's been a lot of discussion about Jane Street recently. I would just like to make a few points on this, and it will take me a few minutes. This is slightly more ambitious urbanistically than what we normally present to you. I will try to be as concise as I can. The designation of this district has been contentious than before it was designated. The designation is at 69. This is Jane Jacobs writing in 63. A great deal of discussion was put forward at the time about the inclusion of the industrial/commercial aspects of this district as well. Not only was she writing about it, but in the 80s, Virginia Kellerman, who was the founder of the Greenwich Village Society for Historic Preservation, was again encouraging the commission to create a district which included these things as well. So we are now in 63, designation 69. The Greenwich Village Society for Historic Preservation had two studies, 86 and 89. Unfortunately, none of those came to pass. The designation report talks about the variety of buildings toward the western end of this block. Although it is less than charitable about the architectural quality of the two buildings that are under discussion. I think they're completely utilitarian and far from prepossessing. That's not necessarily the most flattering description, I don't think. They're not at all contributing. What is interesting is what used to exist in that particular area. This is the sort of Washington Street corridor. That's Jane Street there. This is now West Beth. That's West Beth. These have been demolished. But there's a history here. There's several things I'd like to point out in these photographs. Not only are they big buildings, but there are big buildings, there are little buildings, there are tall, skinny buildings, there are short, fat buildings. There's a huge elaboration of the profile. I mean, if you begin to look at things like sky exposure planes, all of this stuff, there's a huge amount of variety that occurred at that time. Our site is obviously at the intersection of now two and what would have been a third historic district. So there's a kind of liminal condition that's occurring here. We're dealing with the edges of these districts, which are a little ambiguous. This is an illustration of industrial commercial buildings in the area. The darker tones indicate how long they remained commercial industrial. The little dots are tall, skinny things in various places. Obviously, this is our site. That is a Duster Super Studio. I'm sure you know the majority. This is obviously the Gansevoort Historic District. But there's not a clean break. There's not a point that says, on this side of the line, everything is commercial industrial. On that side of the line, everything is, a four-story brownstone. Next. There are, in the neighborhood, a significant number of tall, skinny things. These two things on the south side of the Standard Hotel, smokestacks, these actually are occupiable. They have staircases inside of them. I believe there were three others that were part of the Women's House of Detention in Chelsea sometime in the 60s or 70s. But this kind of variation, I think, is quite interesting. This is to show that this site has been commercial and industrial since at least 1854. There's a fair amount of confusion about what was built when, what was demolished when, what was added onto when. The Greenwich Village Society for Historic Preservation has done quite a bit of work to demonstrate when these things were and try to unravel it. We have further gone through the building department and the number of building permits that have been issued for this site over time. So it is a confusing block. Even in the time between the tax photograph and designation, there were a significant number of modifications that were made to these buildings. There was a third garage door added here. There was the cornice was removed. That door was added. These things have been underway and changed for a very long time. I would again point out that profile. This is not an Upper West Side brownstone block between Amsterdam and Columbus. This is a very irregular, at least this end of the block is quite irregular, as was the south side. this part of the block. So all of that is by way of saying there's a fair amount of, I think, interpretation that was given at various times about what district is what, and the way in which I think we now have a much greater appreciation for the industrial and commercial buildings than we did in 1969, although Jane Jacobs had an appreciation for them as early as 63. Okay. The second thing I'd like to point out is this is our site right here. There. The reason the owner bought this piece of property was because he wanted to make a garden. He is very well regarded as someone who is preserving and creating sustainable landscapes from the Caribbean to the Hudson River to Africa. And his fascination here was to create not a fully built apartment building that one might have seen on the other side of, also on Jane Street, but rather to make a single-family house with a lot of landscape. Next. Our proposal is basically, it's virtually doubling the amount of green space in this block. This is our building. We've also tried to work very hard to insinuate this very carefully into the adjacent parcels. I think that is 785 Washington, and there, in its backyard, there is a raised terrace. By moving a piece of our building over, we have been able to create an 8-foot extension of that garden at virtually the same height. Similarly, by setting this back and building a garden there, we've tried to protect that. There are no lot line windows in this building on Washington Street. There, in that area where we are, there are the kind of recessed light wells that you would have seen in tenement buildings. This building on Horatio Street, all of the stuff that they are looking at is virtually the same height as what is there now, but there is instead a serious landscape. The interesting thing is, this is not a few boxwoods and some pots slapped on the roof. We are importing 8 million pounds of soil, more than 540 tons. We're restructuring the whole thing. There are massive trees that are going away. Some are 45 feet, some are 60. There's a birch forest there. This is the piece that is immediately adjacent to the Horatio Street building. This is the courtyard that is currently, that is proposed for the top of the existing garage. And these are all legitimate, honest-to-God trees and a serious restructuring of the whole arrangement. These are other buildings in the district which have landscape on their roofs and the kind of character and quality that it adds to it. This is then the north side of Jane Street, the entire block. The red dotted line is the zoning height limitation. I suspect you know a lot about height limitations for the block on Jane Street. But that's at 65, that is at 80, and we are from here to here. And that zone right there. This is the other side of Jane Street as it exists. I'd like to show you one thing. This is, I have this image later in it, but I think it's out of sequence. So that is what the south side of Jane Street looks like in designation. You will notice that that building, 92J, here, is considerably taller than what's happening over here, quite a bit taller than these industrial buildings which were now built up here. What's happened, at least the south side of Jane Street, all post-designation, is that there's been this kind of homogenization of the height of the city. Everything is built to the same height, and this comes up, that comes up, and the only one that is intact, that was the original height from here over, is that one right there. Okay. This is our proposal for the north side. What we are trying to do is have both and, rather than either or. We want the profile of our building to be perceived to be this, for that side of the block. This is a glazed, industrial glazed wall. It is transparent. or it is transparent in certain areas, translucent in others. There's a garden behind it, there's no roof over it, there's no occupation behind it except for the garden. There's a regulation in zoning that says if you add more than one, it's a part of quality housing, if you add more than one story, you have to bring the street wall up to 40 feet. We're at 42 there, 40 feet there, so that is the minimum street wall we have to do. We want that garden to be clear there, and so that is reliant on ideas about industrial waste facades. They were all up and down the West Side Highway, at least when I was first out there. So this is the line of Horatio Street. These are their elevator bulkheads or stair bulkheads going to the roof. This is that 42-foot height limitation. This is a window. These mullions here, if you go back to the early Sanborns, those are actually the property lines for those 3 sites. Originally, there were 4 sites here. 1, 2, 3, 4. That then is a notation, a reference to, it was everything figured out, but of that piece. This is the kind of thing that we are aspiring to. Industrial glazing with frosted glass. From here, one day, looking out that window, there was sidewalk protection up along the entire outside of the building and a whole system of netting that goes up there, which gave it a kind of soft quality. The library part of our facade, that piece, next. That piece of the building, that whole thing is made of matte, non-reflective, etched glass. Back up to you. It is a library, it is a study, and you step onto the roof up there. It's made of very large sheets of glass, flat, mute, and hopefully very soft in their character. So that is what the nature of the glass and the nature of its detailing. The little wooden piece on top of the existing 85 building, back up to that here, that is made of charred Japanese ash. So it's a kind of reference to those wooden pieces that were on the roofs of the buildings, that were everything from water towers to things of that sort. The facade, that's what the facade is now. It's painted red, but in looking carefully at it, we discovered that it wasn't red at all, it was buff red. And we're just going to clean that. We're keeping that building intact, pretty much as it is. We'll repair it where necessary, keeping the fire escape, everything. That is pretty much intact. We have removed the cornice. The cornice is currently in rather precarious condition. We're going to have to restructure all of this roof because there are cracks in the adjacent walls and we've got to rebuild that piece of this building. Okay. This is the profile of our building, or our side of the street, across, projected across the south side. So this is how the two sides relate to each other. Again, this is that image. This is what the south side of James Street looked like a designation. This is the designation photograph, and that has now had a story added. This has had about 4 stories added. This has had, effectively, that is now a homogeneous horizontal cornice line, and at the setback of this building, it goes up another 7 stories. This is then a rendering of what the street would look like from the west to the east. We have about 5 of these. We're not trying to hide anything. But this is the our facade. That's the glass piece with the trees there. These are the existing doors, or the existing openings. We'll probably have to rebuild the doors. They've already run it out. This is that recently rebuilt building across the street. This is then looking west from that side, where again, This is the last of the townhouses. This is then the existing building there, our addition to its roof. This is the piece of industrial glazing, existing condition on the ground floor. Our intent is to preserve the industrial commercial heritage of this street and to extend it and a light vocabulary where we can. This is just a question of exactly where the zoning shifts and things of that sort. This is the existing north side, our building. Okay. Here's existing and proposed, so we're building that up from here down, and then this is set back 15 feet, that's set back about 40 feet. To put things in perspective, that library building is about 4.5 feet longer than the conference room across the hallway with the doorway. It is not a vast building. It is about 13 by 20. It's a very, very small room. That is we broke it and shifted it apart, in part to break down the scale of the two pieces, in part to allow a roof terrace that we have no access to other than for maintenance, adjacent to 785 Washington. This is the part. These are the steel windows in the new roof. We're adding this piece here. We're restoring all of that, and we are fixing that. These are the materials, how they're made. That's the ash. That's the facade. These are the various side facades. That's the west facade. That's the north facade. This is the facade. This is the existing facade. This is the facade that faces the Horatio Street building and its landscape on its roof. Next. This is how we are closing these windows, which currently overlook the rear yard of the brownstone to the immediate east. So no longer will this building overlook their garden. So establishing a blind wall. These are sections to the site, both directions. This is the plan. The ground floor is a garage and a gym. It sounds a little silly, but it's a 3-bedroom house. It's got 2 bedrooms here. That's a kitchen. That's a living room. That's a family room. That's a dining room. That's a dining room. As you go upstairs, this is the master bedroom stuff, and that is a studio. And there's a library like that. I think so. That's existing, proposed, existing, proposed. Okay. You can see it from everywhere. There are about 50 images here of lines of sight, things of that sort. We're not trying to pretend you can't see it. Okay. There are a series of precedents which are interesting, I think. This was a designation, the building which is across the street. Next. That is that building now. And in the text of the certificate of appropriateness, it talks about the towers, the heights, and how that variety helps in many ways. Next. This is now Jane and Greenwich, where that is the new building on, can you back up one? That was entirely demolished, and that was built on that site. Okay. Horatio and Greenwich. This is...
Just about since you passed it, you don't want to make you go back to it, the library tower is a single interior space, or it's tiered on the interior?
It has 3, I'm sorry, it has 4 floors. It's a dining room, it's a studio. It is a library that is double height, and it's a little study. So there are 4 floors within it. Another building which is quite different than that which surrounds it. This is what the point I'm trying to make. In very pretentious post-structuralist theory, there's this idea of the presence of absence. It's not that that's big, it's that we don't have any of this. All of that is the zoning of them. I know that, for example, on the other Jones Street project, they were trying to build the entire zoning of them. We had no interest in building all of that, but, somehow, because we've left all of that out, these little guys seem full. These two buildings within the site, there is 5% of the site is over 42 feet tall. 95% of the site is less than 42 feet, and of that, a significant amount is at 19 feet. So it is actually, by putting the tower in there, we were able to leave everything else down low. We moved it back here to create an extension of a landscape that occurs here. We put it on this corner to avoid blocking those views. We, set it back here to provide the light for the corner. I think we need to go back to, is there questions?
Yes, Michael, go ahead.
Yeah, can you go back to the rendering that shows the tall tower, one there, that's fine. That one? Well, actually, go a couple back where you showed from the other direction.
Yep.
There we go. Worst case. Can you just show me us where the rooms are in that are above?
That's the library.
So the stripes are the library. Okay.
That direction from there to there.
And let me just ask you a question. You've been around this room a fair amount. You got a room there that doesn't even have any windows until you get up to the top floor of it. Help us understand why that's okay. I mean, I heard the idea of the water towers and the chimneys, but yes, you found one that was a stair tower that was rather small. This isn't close to those. I mean, help me understand why this is okay.
This particular image, which we were encouraged to make, is the most difficult one. Because you're not saying this.
That's why we're here.
Yes. This relative to that. The building across the street is taller than that. The building right here, where on this corner, is taller than that. So this is...
All right, if the audience can please, yes, not say anything.
I'm going to give a block off. West Texas is still there. It's a building across the street. It's taller. And our thought was, there was a certain amount of accommodation we needed. There was, the ambition was to create as much of a garden as we could. You can take this, flatten it out, and schmutz it over the whole site, and make the whole thing this tall. But that's what's happened across the street. And I would argue that that is a lost opportunity, because I think that you would lose the industrial character of it. You would lose the idea of, if we go back to the very early images of what that neighborhood was doing. Can you go back to the resignation program? And I'm going to just go out. This is what I think is an important part of this part of the city. We still go through it. I said, this is what I think is an important part of the city. This kind of variegated, irregular profile. And I worry that we're getting into a situation where everything is going to be built to the same height, to the maximum square footage, maximum height limitation at every turn. And, these are, we could probably make a similar argument to that was made on the other side of also on James Street. These are not contributing buildings. They're not, according to the designation report, thought to be important. They are utilitarian, unprepossessing. And to try to figure out a way to keep them and to maintain some of that before we go back to the south side of James Street. I happen to think that in some ways, that version was better.
Can I ask just another question, please, just for clarification? So again, if you just go to page 33 for a second, just to help us understand a little bit better, there are two or three sort of tower elements, and each of them contains what? So the...
This one?
Yes.
This is the one that contains, you can really see it, the library,
Yeah,
a studio, and a study.
okay, and then
This is only the stair. It's a totally blind brick vault property.
And it's a stair and not an elevator, it's just a
Not
stair.
an elevator and a stair.
Of course, okay, I understand. And then the other...
Those are just exhausts. The reason this is taller than that is because by carrying that up, we were able to put all of the mechanical equipment in the top of the wall, which means all the noise of the condenser units and all of that stuff is as high as possible, and it is not intrude on anybody else's.
That's it, there are three elements, there's the...
There's one, two, and
two of those, or three.
No, there's only one of these, and there's one of those, and there's a little switch backs.
Two of them.
Yeah.
There's one.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
All right, are there other questions? Okay, so we may have questions for you afterwards. We'll take testimony. Assembly Member Del Public is here to speak.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the opportunity to testify before you today regarding the proposed redevelopment of 8589 Jane Street in the Greenwich Village Historic District. This proposal from Stephen Harris Architects and an undisclosed client includes the altering of the facade of the existing structure in order to create a new single-family home. This home would be 110 feet long on Jane Street, 41 feet tall in the main structure, and then includes two 80 to 90-foot towers in the rear of the lot. Jane Street is a historic block in the Greenwich Village Historic District and exemplifies the very elements that historic districts are meant to protect. Frankly, I am flabbergasted by this proposal, both the size and the scope of the proposal, as well as the transformation of this lot into a single-family mansion. Not to mention the thought of 1 million pounds of dirt being transported down a tiny street. I can't wait to see the trucks and the destruction to the street bed. Anyway, the application runs counter to the objectives of neighborhood preservation and historic preservation with grave impacts on the rest of the community. Regarding the design itself, the facade and the windows are of particular concern. The proposal for alterations to the existing facade of the garage, as well as enlarging the windows and changes to the outer structure, drastically change the existing building. The larger windows are argued to be reminiscent of the original industrial nature of the current structure. However, this is not an appropriate interpretation. As proposed, the facade includes elements not typically seen in residential buildings along the street and is significantly longer and more massive than other buildings on Jane Street. In fact, in the original designation report for Greenwich Village Historic District, 8589 Jane Street was characterized as a low, two-story brick building which is built of brick. It harmonizes well with the row houses to the east. Additionally, the two towers that are proposed at the rear of the property are so out of context with the surrounding community, they appear to have been transported from a different part of the city. We can only assume that these are an attempt to draw attention away from the critique of the main portion of the residents. We've seen this tactic before. It was used on Gansevoort Street at 5074 Gansevoort Street, which included an out-of-scale penthouse in addition to drastic increases in height. Now, the commission recently approved that project after the developer came back with a toned-down proposal that still included the demolition of buildings in the historic district and dramatic increases, as far as I'm concerned, to the height of the low-rise block. But any plan that includes outrageous and unacceptable features should not be rewarded should that absurd element be reconsidered by the applicant after the hearing. I'm wrapping up. The Greenwich Village Historic District was bombarded with requests to demolish low-rise buildings on narrow streets in order to construct taller luxury residences that block out air and light. And the recent proposals to adjoin structures or zoning lots in order to create urban mansions in dense areas is becoming particularly common but not well received. While use is traditionally not within the scope of LPC, it is a fundamental component of community character which does fall under review, and so I urge you to consider that in this application. And successful preservation has been a significant factor behind making our community more popular. However, if we continue to destroy that historic nature, that historic character, those elements that attract people, we are actually destroying what is of historic value, not just to our neighborhood, but to the city itself. And so this proposal includes dramatic and unwarranted changes that go against the very nature and historic purpose of historic districts, and I strongly urge the Commission to deny this proposal and uphold a true commitment to neighborhood preservation. Thank you.
The next speaker is Christabel Gulf, and each person will be given 3 minutes.
Christabel Gulf for the Society for the Architecture of the City. Alaska almost had its bridge to nowhere, but withdrew it at the last moment. Now Greenwich Village seems headed in a similar direction, with this proposal for a roofless curtain wall. A different solution is needed. Since the area to be enclosed is a roof garden, one alternative would be a small setback and a tall, dense hedge of evergreen, a garden planting that the Commission normally would not even regulate. If security is concerned today, there are many electronic possibilities. It would be a gift to the district to set back at both buildings, leave the existing facades intact, including rebuilding the garage parapet. It seems that the lots are large enough to allow the intended uses, even with a small loss of space at the street front. The Commission has entertained visible rooftop additions when they are identified as having architectural interest. The pattern of these wood staves might be developed into an interesting setback structure. As for the tower, if it were beautiful, it might take its place beside other smaller local towers like Stanford White's Judson Hall Tower in Washington Square, or the Jefferson Market Clock Tower, or the Chapel of St. Luke's in the Fields. Unfortunately, at the moment, it does not at all seem to rise to that level architecturally. Its complex configuration and the bulk and incongruity of the varied linked structures gives it a confused though lean outline, while the utilitarian smokestacks cited as comparables are immensely taller and more slender. Perhaps the interior program, as presently conceived, is interfering with a more decorative massing. We think this should be treated as a no-action item, in case there is hope for really drastic revisions that could transform what is now a more than unwelcome change into an interesting project for the West Village.
Thank you. Andrew Berman?
Thank you. I'm Andrew Berman, speaking on behalf of the Greenwich Village Society for Historic Preservation. This is an incredibly special block in the Greenwich Village Historic District. While at its geographic edge, the block is very much at the heart of this district and why it was designated. The north side, where the site lies, is all 3.5-story 19th century row houses, including the lovely former Robert Bayard house next door at 83 Jane, with only 85, 89, and one other one-story commercial building deviating from this pattern. The south side of the street is similarly harmonious, with 3.5-story 19th century row houses interrupted only by larger structures at the corners and the narrow tenements at 80.5 and 82 Jane. Into this, the proposal would insert a highly visible 80-foot-tall glass tower that would glow at night and a 90-foot-tall concrete tower behind it, each of which would be quite prominent from the street and down the block both east and west. There is absolutely no justification for these elements, and they should be eliminated entirely from the proposal. They are not slender chimneys. These are large, jarringly out-of-place elements which are unnecessary visual intrusions into this historic street. For the proposed facade, there is a much greater degree of sensitivity, but still we believe some work needs to be done. We appreciate that the applicant proposes to retain and restore most of the facades of the two buildings, especially as the designation report identifies them incorrectly, we believe, as completely utilitarian. We also think that many of the details and materials of the proposed additions are thoughtful and harmonious with the original buildings and their surroundings. However, as currently proposed, the additions could easily look too monolithic. We urge that the parapet of 89 Jane be maintained and that the addition be set back slightly from the facade of the building so that it reads clearly as an addition rather than as a single massive building. The proposed addition to 85 Jane appears to be set back slightly from the existing facade with a slightly different height than the proposed addition to 89. We believe this is important to help ensure that any new addition here does not really read as monolithic or overwhelming in scale, and that the rhythm and variation of the street is maintained. We believe it is important that the two additions vary from the original buildings and each other in both depth and height. This is clearly a skillful architect and a thoughtful applicant, and we believe that with appropriate direction from the Commission, this could be a welcome addition to the historic district. Currently, it is not. The startling and intrusive towers have no place here, and the facade should be adjusted to ensure that the modest scale and dimensions of this prototypical Greenwich Village street are maintained. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Paul Bousset?
Paul Bousset of the Historic Districts Council. HDC finds the screen to overwhelm the scale of the block and suggests setting it back so that it appears less like an addition and allows the historic building to read through. We find the tower inappropriate and alien to the block and the district and completely unnecessary to have so many tall stories for what will be a library. We find it difficult to understand why so much square footage is needed for what will be a very large single-family house, but at the very least, the tower program should be spread out elsewhere. Thank you.
Thank you. Laura O'Brien?
Jane Street is one of the most beautiful blocks in New York City with the 19th century architecture and features that represent historical value to our community, to New York City as a whole, and to visitors at the West Village Historic District. That's why I have strong reservations about the proposed plans for massive development of 85-89 Jane Street. There are so many, but I don't have time, so I'm going to talk about two. The facade. So 85-89 Jane Street's utilitarian appearance is actually what makes it most interesting from the street. Below the facade and parapet should be preserved because they represent the architectural and aesthetic character dating back to 1885 when it served as a stable and a carriage house. The proposed 40-foot tall street wall will be massive and overwhelming to the current scale of the block. Not only is the scale egregiously out of context, but the proposed materials bear no consistency to any other home or building on the block. Even more concerning, I'm sure we're all aware, is just outright strange towers, one of which will be illuminated and of course have no place in a low mid-rise historic landmark block that's dominated by townhouses and homes that are half the size. Our community and our elected officials have made it clear that we adamantly oppose the current plans for 85-89 Jane because they will erode the character of this historic landmark block and greater Greenwich Village Historical District. So I respectfully ask that you reject the existing plans as they're submitted and ask the applicant to submit a more appropriate plan.
Zach Weinstein? Zach Weinstein?
Hi, my name's Zach Weinstein. I'm co-chair of the Greenwich Village Community Task Force. I strongly oppose this proposal for two reasons. First of all, it is damning that the applicant is unable to come up with a single structure as a precedent for his proposed twin towers that exist within the Greenwich Village Historic District. Every single structure that he references is outside of that district. I'm going to use some strong language here, and I apologize, but quite frankly, the applicant's historic justification for this proposal is an insult to the community, and it's an insult to this commission. The applicant says that the historic district was originally intended to extend to the river. That may be. That is not what the commission ended up deciding to do. It's not what the commission designated. The applicant is correct that there have been multiple attempts to landmark the waterfront district. However, as the applicant also well knows, none of those attempts was constructed as an extension of the existing district. All of those attempts were designed as new districts freestanding on their own right. I've read Kellerman too. I've been referring to it for the last 15 years. And Kellerman explicitly calls not for an extension of the existing historic district, but for the creation of a new special waterfront district. The Greenwich Village Community Task Force, that I'm co-chair of, was the lead sponsor about 15 years ago of an attempt to create a new maritime mile district. Again, a new waterfront district, not an extension of the existing historic district. And the reason for this is clear. The existing architecture in those waterfront blocks is simply too different from what exists within the Greenwich Village Historic District. It wasn't possible to come up with a coherent argument for including that area within the historic district. It had to be a new historic district, and it deserved designation on its own right, although that was never done. So we can't speak in counterfactuals. We have to speak in terms of what exists, and what exists is a clearly defined Greenwich Village Historic District that does not include any of the buildings that the applicant is attempting to use as a precedent. Quite frankly, the proposal for those towers should never have passed staff scrutiny. We should not even be discussing them here today. Now, regarding the facade, I strongly agree with what Andrew Berman from GDSHP said. Our concern is that the facade in its current form is monolithic. It will have a sterilizing effect on the streetscape. That it will essentially kill the historic character, the historic life of the street. I'd like to briefly point out that the applicant, in this case correctly, does point to two precedents within the district, 335 West 12th, which is at Greenwich Street, and 777 Washington Street, which is at James Street. These are both mega mansions that were recently, within the last 10 years, constructed in the historic district. I would suggest that their approval by this commission was a mistake, and I would ask that you not repeat that mistake. And I would further ask that the commissioners go out and visit the sites of those two buildings and witness and experience firsthand the impact that those new buildings have on the street.
Thank you, Mr. Webb.
And I would ask that if they do that, I ask that they not accept this current proposal. Thank you.
So, Salvatore Sabina.
Thank you. I'll make my comments brief. I will not rehash all of the negatives of the project, those are evident, but I would like to make a concern, albeit in a manner less eloquent than the Assemblywoman's, that perhaps these towers are a way to pull wool over the eyes of the community. Mr. Harris himself extolled the relatively small footprint, not really in the fancy room. That makes no sense. Why would you want to go up and down these towers all day long? You would think a billionaire would look for a convenient way of living, not kind of climbing up and down 4 different levels that have 4 different purposes. Something has felt fishy here from day one, so I beg the Commission to not only deny this application, but to make sure that whatever new plan is put forth is rigorously reviewed, because something here just does not smell right. Thank you.
Thank you. Cynthia Penny. Cynthia Penny. Thank you.
speaker is representing Assembly.
Good afternoon, and thank you for your time. My name is Cynthia Penny. I'm here representing the Jane Street Block Association. I will also attempt to be brief. Jane Street Block Association is a 501c4 incorporated in 1980. We are vehemently opposed to this project, so is the neighborhood. You cannot supersize a project in this Greenwich Village Historic District. That's the bottom line. But in sitting here and listening to the presentation, I've got a couple other points to make. One, you don't get credit for bringing in 1 million pounds of dirt. We're all here to discuss architecture, brick and mortar. Second, I feel the applicant has totally glossed over the two towers. I'd like to discuss the western view. We've got a 13 by 20 glass tower. We've got the brick tower right next to it. They are connected by skyways, okay? This is a massive wall, and I heard the term blind wall part of it on the western front. Nobody would be allowed to build this wall if it were just a wall, and the fact that it's sticking on top of a mega mansion should not give it any latitude. Furthermore, again, the smokestacks and all these references to industrial, there have been commercial applications on Jane Street, but there's nothing industrial about Jane Street. There's nothing industrial about the homes that we all live in and care about and want to keep the way it is in our historic district. Membership in an historic district is binary. You either are or you're not, no matter if you're on the cusp, no matter whether there's West Bath, which is not in the district. So thank you very much for your attention.
Eugene, your fellow?
Hello. As a long-time resident of the Far West Village, 32 years living at 92 Horatio Street, I've witnessed firsthand a dramatic transformation in this historic and character-filled area of New York City, watching it develop from a truly fringe neighborhood into the vibrant and fashionable place that it is today. While the increased popularity has made our neighborhood safer in many respects, the recent trend toward increasingly bold and modern construction threatens to alter the very character and historic beauty that makes the West Village so unique and desirable. Each and every day as I walk by some of the buildings that have been constructed in recent years, I shake my head and wonder how, and more importantly, why. At the last community board meeting dealing with this proposed project, a neighbor of mine made a comment which I think bears repeating today. And I paraphrase when he said something to the effect of, rather than consider some of these recent buildings as precedents, why not learn from the mistakes made and stop this project in its tracks? While we all understand that change is inevitable, and that 85 Jane Street is not destined to remain as it has for the past 100 years or so, the proposed construction, with its altered facade and its enormous glowing glass towers, is truly an assault on the senses, and will fundamentally reshape the skyline and character not only of the block, but of the entire neighborhood. I'm confident that I speak for the majority of my neighboring residents when I appeal to you to require the applicants to significantly alter the proposed design to something that shows greater respect and sensitivity, both to the people who live here and for the rich historic fiber of this very special part of New York City. This is a critical moment, lest we create the precedent of all precedents, and a model which others will sadly surely seek to emulate. Thank you.
Thank you. Rosemary Christensen?
Good afternoon. Rosemary Christensen, 84 Horatio Street. So I'm part of the co-op buildings from 82 to 88 Horatio Street. And I have a question for the architect. I'm not quite sure. Are you adding to the height of the building? That there's a white rooftop currently?
We're just taking testimony. This is not a question.
My question is there are 36 or 38 renderings in the proposal, but none of them show from the rear of the building where I sit in our beautiful courtyard. And I'm just wondering whether we're going to become a canyon, number one, no sunlight, And number two, I really thought that that tower was just sort of like one of those bargaining chips. I'll take it off but I guess it's serious, right? And it's an obnoxious work, and I cannot believe anybody would do that in the Far West Village. Belongs up in Hudson Yards, but not here. Thank you.
Elaine Young?
My name is Elaine Young. I live on James Street. It's my understanding that LPC, Landmarks Preservation Commission, vets at the staff level any new proposal that is brought up in front of the community board and then at the LPC hearing as is happening today. In other words, this proposal for a structure with a 90-foot tower has already been more or less tentatively approved by the LPC staff. It is troubling that 85-89 Jane has been thought by the staff to be contextual and appropriate for landmark, historic, iconic James Street. Many of us who value the beauty and scale of our landmark West Village are extremely worried that the current LPC is making inappropriate decisions. Here we are faced with a great example of that. I urge you to turn down this proposal and send it back to the drawing board. A 90-foot tower at 85 Jane does not belong on Jane Street. You have to merely observe with eyes wide open how inappropriate the current proposed design is. Thank you.
Theodore Greenwich?
This is the Commissioners. Thank you. My testimony includes images and links, so please follow along on Twitter at Ted Greenwald, Grunewald. Good afternoon. Mr. Harris's design for the rooftop gardens is commendable. The James Street facades, however, exhibit an institutional scale and character nearly identical to the Equinox Gym on Greenwich Avenue at 12th Street. The architect's coy comparison of his 90-foot-high twin glass and brick towers to industrial smokestacks is disingenuous, as 9-story high chimneys measuring 20 feet by 13 feet are a feature of Pittsburgh steel plants, not the historic industrial buildings of Greenwich Village. Were this a block bounded by Jane, Greenwich, Horatio, and Washington Streets, populated by a forest of pencil-thin towers, like the famed Italian town of San Gimignano, this proposal would blend in. But this smokestack illusion demonstrates contextual confusion. This brick and glass extrusion is grotesquely out-of-place protrusion. Like the finger towers plaguing 57th Street's Billionaires Row, this gigantic, inappropriate erection is an obscene middle finger raised by the 1% against the applicant's neighbors and against the shared humanistic values embodied in the hard-fought-for historic district protections of our city. In light of recent press revelations that Mayor de Blasio's donors, who have business before the city, were seeking favorable decisions from the mayor's office, the city council, and a variety of city agencies, including the Landmarks Preservation Commission, per this Crane's New York Business article, and that according to public records and lists of documented campaign contributors, the applicant, Mr. John Stryker, is here named by common cause as a, quote, large donor, close quote, to NICLAS, an organization now under investigation in the mayor's alleged pay-to-play scandal by the FBI, U.S. Attorney Preet Bharara, and Manhattan District Attorney Cyrus Vance. It is recommended that this applicant's proposal be fully withdrawn from consideration by the Commission pending the outcome of the simultaneous, ongoing federal, state, and city corruption investigations. Thank you.
Michael Dansky? Michael Dansky?
Hi, good afternoon, everyone.
My name is Michael Dansky, and I live on James Street now for 10 years, and in the village for the last 20 years, and in New York City for the past 35 years. And I've always had a bit of a curious relationship with the happenings and goings-on with civil government and such. But when I saw what, to my judgment, was an unruly consideration of what to me epitomized violation, a degradation of our neighborhood. I left my cushy job in Midtown to come down. I did this a couple of weeks ago, it was canceled, and so I'm here today because I felt so compelled to express my voice as a concerned resident of the area. I don't have architectural expertise. I assume that the gentlemen are well regarded in their profession. And my grandma would say, this must take a huge amount of chutzpah in order to present this in some regard with some genuineness. I just don't understand it at all. I have great interests within the village, great supporter of Hudson River Parks. I've been a founding member of the Friends of the Highline since the year 2000. I'm the guy who picks up trash bags when they're errantly lying on the street. I think we, and you guys, are protectors of this unusual jewel of a neighborhood within an ever-changing city. And I don't know how someone comes forward with a proposal of this nature, but I was so taken aback by the gentleman's reference to the owner of the property as being a well-regarded member of the New York City community with respect to architecture and philanthropic causes and such. And so why is that gentleman not wanting to join us? As he's going to become presumably a member of our neighborhood, why not begin a constructive dialogue with the owner of the property so that we can better understand his pressing interests and so that we can better understand his pressing interests and he can understand ours. I expect he already understands ours, because why else would you choose to put this monstrosity in the middle of our neighborhood? He wants to benefit from all that we've preserved over these years. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Judith Stonehill?
Thank you. Judith Stonehill, board member of the Greenwich Village Society for Historic Preservation and village homeowner for decades. The proposal being reviewed today concerns a site on Jane Street that for many years belonged to the Bayards, a prominent family in old New York. Nicholas Bayard established a farm here in the 17th century. His descendant, William Bayard, Jr., was living here in 1804 when his good friend, Alexander Hamilton, severely injured in a duel with Elliott, was transported from the cliffs of Weehawken across the Hudson River to the Bayard Dock and carried through their garden and into the Bayard home on July 11, 1804. He died there the next day, on July 12th, exactly 212 years ago today. History is alive and cherished in Greenwich Village. When Jane Jacobs testified before the Romance Commission in 1963, she described the historic significance of the westernmost area of the village, which includes this Jane Street site. She reminded the Commission that the West Village was an old river-landing settlement and that enough of the early buildings remain so that the historic scale can be understood and felt. Jane Street was just a country lane. The street had not been created yet when Alexander Hamilton died in the Bayard home in 1804. William Bayard's heirs sold his house and much of the surrounding land in 1833. the house was demolished 2 years later. But the memory of Hamilton is still vivid and is an important part of Greenwich Village's history. So much is being swiftly destroyed in West Village that there is a very real danger that this neighborhood will lose its unique and irreplaceable character. The proposed design for 85 to 89 James Street does not respect what already exists on this street and in this neighborhood. Its notable architecture, its scale, its sense of place, and its remarkable history. I strongly urge the Landmarks Commission to not approve this proposal. Thank you.
The next speaker is William Hobbs.
I don't think I heard you.
William Hobbs? Is he here? Oh, he is.
Yes.
Hi there. My name is William Hobbs. I'm here to speak on behalf of the public interest. I'm trained as a political economist. I've lectured in economic development. I'm a broker member of the Real Estate Board of New York. I'm a licensed real estate agent. I've got a master's degree in the business of real estate from New York University. I live on Jane Street. I'm currently selling property on Jane Street, so I've got a great deal of interest here. But I'm going to limit my comments to a larger trend that I hope to see reversed. The real estate choices here impact the ideas of tomorrow. As a community, we want the jobs, the businesses, the people, the ideas. We want the diversity in ages and stages of life. This building has been serving as part of our photo studio and film industry on the far west side for many years. This industry has recently lost 3 studios to mega mansions. This will be the 4th, and it is now all but a dead industry in our neighborhood, just like our healthcare industry has died. In the business of selling Manhattan residential property, of which I'm in, we think of this board as a place where real estate dreams go to die. We revere this committee and sell residents who are buying in the village on the permanence of the village, the strict guidelines for maintenance, and your history of saying no to anything that's not conforming. This is supposed to be the toughest board in the city. The only thing that matters is keeping the village alive. I'm less concerned with the architecture. What I see is that proposals such as 85 and 87 Jane contribute to a loss of ongoing tax revenue, loss of local economic activity, loss of multi-use. These are economic black holes, and they additionally contribute to the darkness and loss of potential ideas and eyes on the block. I spent this morning mocking up an opportunity and cost analysis of 85, 87 Jane Street on the micro-local economy. I'm happy to share my math with anyone. Basically, what I'm looking at is a 20,000 square foot development. Average density in the village is 500 gross square feet. That should house at a 1.75 persons per household. That should house up to 70 residents. We earn an average of $109,000 of income per resident in 10014. I can go further, but what I will tell you is that one potential unit versus 40 units, these are the extreme. One mega mansion versus a normal, regular, high-density development. The long-term economic consequences and opportunity costs in lost tax revenue is $1 million a year for the local economy, and the opportunity cost with a modest money multiplier applied is upwards of $150 million in lost economic activity and opportunity for the village. I run out of time. If anybody wants to talk about it, I'd be happy to share it.
Next speaker is Andrea Rosen. Andrea Rosen, please.
Hi, I'm a neighbor, and I haven't prepared any statements, but I've been to a number of the proposals, of the presentations of this proposal, and one of the things that I find most disturbing is that all of the facts that have been presented have to do with sort of convenient ways of wording, and I know that this committee must be smart. you must see a lot of presentations. The decisions that have been made in this presentation, things that have been said to be about taking care of neighbors, about setbacks, have absolutely nothing to do with them. They have to do with, because I've questioned them, about where they're allowed to put the building or where they're allowed to put that tower in relationship to the codes, the city codes. So you may just be looking at landmarks, but they are not caring about landmarks. They're not caring about where the view is. They hide any pictures of the view. They don't put the pictures of the bridges that go between the two tunnels. You haven't seen pictures, and I've walked around my neighborhood. My husband is an architect. We've looked at every single view from where you can see this. It is everywhere. He can say that there's that one bad view, but that is not true. You can see this building from everywhere, including on top of the Whitney, including next door. And when he gives reference to what's around it, the building right next door, this tower is 40 feet higher than the building right next door, which is the tallest thing that we can perceive in our neighborhood. This is completely out of character. And also this, again, I know people have mentioned this sort of industrial reference. And while we are all, I have a building, I'm a homeowner, everyone wants to, and we can talk about these other mega mansions, but they have, for the most part, this will be a whole other level of precedent of setting a new agenda, and it will be a domino effect, and there will be no going back. And there is no comparison between the egregiousness of this presentation and those towers to anything that's happened before. There is no comparison between them. And there is no consideration, only the consideration, even so far as to use and misuse words about mistaking the words law for code, where they said they have to make that tower that high because it's the law that the ceilings have to be 15 foot high. And what they mean by the law is that they're saying that to make a staircase, a single staircase, that will allow them to not have multiple staircases, they need to have a run for their own convenient aesthetics. It has nothing to do with what needs to have to be there. It's completely about personally trying to get away with maximizing what is the code at hand. And it has nothing to do, or there's no consciousness for the community. It is completely selfish and constant justification of ideas that because they're clever and smart. And I assume this committee is much smarter and more clever than they are. Thank you very much.
Ron McPherson.
Hello, I live on James Street, and I own property on James Street, and I have never in my life spoken against any building being built ever in my life anywhere in the world. I speak today because I'm outraged. I'm typically on the other side, I'm typically pro-development, but a lot of people brought the word deceptive, disingenuous, and I just want to point out a couple of mistruths that they brought up. They say that they desire a variegated and irregular street profile. I think that they have a variegated and irregular street profile. They say the code forces them to build these 40-foot facade walls. That's untrue. They deliberately tied the lots together so as to end up with the need to have these 40-foot street walls. I own the garden directly adjacent to these street walls, and if you notice, I don't have a 40-foot wall above my garden. I have a 42-inch parapet, which meets code. They say they were encouraged to show the east elevation, meaning standing on Washington Street looking eastward towards the towers and the walkways. They were encouraged by me at the community board hearing. I said to Mr. Hills, I would be at the LPC hearing, and we would all appreciate and respect an actual image of the towers from Washington Street. There is no image of the towers. There is no image of the walkways. There is no view. This is deceptive and this is untrue. If you look at the picture that they've left up here, there's a convenient tree in front of the tower. This is so far from what this looks like. And it's disingenuous and it's egregious. They say earlier, the other gentleman said there are no windows facing this. Categorically untrue. I own 9 windows 12 feet from the towers. One more point I'd like to make. I own 2 buildings on James Street with ample FOR. Out of respect to to this commission, out of respect to the neighborhood, and out of respect to the city, I've never asked to build towers protruding out of my buildings, and I'm within the zoning right to do so. I don't see what will prevent me or the next person who lives in my properties to pursue similar panopticons on Jane Street. I think it's notable, I feel that anyone can build any house they want, any size they want, but I feel it's notable that the current applicant lives in the Time Warner building, is abandoning the glass tower, and seems to be bringing the glass tower down to a very beautiful village. And we resist the panopticon. Thank you.
Are there any more speakers on this item? Are there any more speakers on this item? Okay, there are no more speakers. I just want to enter a few things into the record. Community Board 2 recommends denial. The issues were the rooftop additions, the raising of the street wall as currently proposed, and the alteration of the roof facade. Okay. We also received a joint letter from elected officials, including Representative Gerald Nadler, State Senator Hoyleman, as we heard today from Assemblymember Deborah Glick, BP Borough President Brewer, and Councilmember Johnson, who opposed the project, opposed to the tower, the removal of the existing parapet, and the creation of a street wall. We received one letter in support from architect Deborah Burke, and we also received about 250 emails regarding this application from neighbors opposed to the proposed plan for towers, street wall, and removal of the parapet. Before we have the applicant respond to some of the issues and additional questions that the commission may have, I think it would be helpful for Sarah Carroll, our executive director, to just speak about the process itself. We've heard a lot of testimony about staff involvement and what can come before the commission, what is the vetting process prior to that. So Sarah, if you could just speak to that issue.
Sure, and I thank you, Chair. I'm happy to be able to talk about this a little bit because there were some comments about the staff's role, and I want to just clarify this for the public and for the record. First off, the staff does not determine what can or cannot be presented to the full commission. Applications come in, they're assigned to the staff person, and the staff's role is to explain the process to the applicants and to ensure that the materials are complete enough for presentation. Staff may also provide guidance and make suggestions, but applicants are not required to follow their guidance or take their suggestions, and ultimately applicants are entitled to present whatever proposal they wish to the commission, and the staff's role is really to ensure that the materials are complete for that presentation.
Okay. The commission understands that? Okay. Mr. Hausman, do you want to respond to some of the issues here, and then I think the commission may have additional questions.
Some of the points of information. We have exhaustively researched the 40-foot building wall, and that's come up in several sets of comments. One, proposing that we set back the one-story addition on the easternmost building. Another, that we eliminate the wall and instead put a hedge there. It has been made very clear to us repeatedly, and I think we fairly exhaustively examined it, that the 40-foot street wall is required there. It would not be required were we not adding one floor to any part of the building.
Okay, there are just a couple of things, and not to labor a point that you believe you've exhausted. This has just come before us now. But you said a few things. One is the street wall requirement. It's a requirement when you choose to do quality housing.
Exactly, it is.
So that's one thing. The second is it triggered because you're proposing the tower? So in other words, in other words, does the requirement get triggered as soon as you enlarge the building? I ask that question because if you're proposing a building that's smaller, I don't know why and why the zoning would require you to do 40 feet. So if you did, let's say, a 30-foot street wall, and nothing higher than that, it's unclear to me why it would trigger that you have to go up to 40 feet. And my understanding is that what triggers it is because you're going higher than 40 feet. So isn't it really, the street wall is a maximum minimum of 40 feet, or the height of the building? And in other words, if the height of the building is 35 feet overall, you could do that.
John will understand this better than I do.
Okay.
Chair, I'm sitting quite good at that.
And just one other question of that. So let's say even if you have the tower as proposed, or you want that, couldn't this be proposed to be looked at under the height and setback and sky exposure, the other alternative, as opposed to quality housing?
These are all great questions. What I would say is first of all, that the ability to expand on the site is tied to quality housing. The FAR is very, very, very limited for any additional expansion if we don't use quality housing. Quality housing requires us to create the minimum street wall if we create more than one floor or something that is greater than 15 feet in height. So after that point, it's triggered that the street wall must then cover the site, the minimum street wall height, after we have created anything that is more than an addition of 1 story or 15 feet high.
But I understand what you're saying. It just seems odd because people can do smaller buildings than building out the full envelope. And it seems, in this case, it's a 40-foot street wall. Let's say it was a 60-foot street wall, and it seems just illogical to require that it's triggered by 15 feet. That requires you to go all the way to, in some districts, 125 feet. So I'm just concerned whether it's because you have a building height overall that's higher, that you're required to mass it in a way which has a sort of a street wall.
I don't believe that is the case. I don't believe that it's the fact that we're going up beyond 40 feet that requires us to take the facade up.
We think the trigger is 15 feet. As soon as you add more than 15 feet to any part of the site, and the existing building, the roof of that building is at about 18 or 19 feet now. So as soon as you get above 15 feet, we've been through this repeatedly with a variety of consultants, and that's what we're repeatedly told. And we can also not set back. In other words, we're not allowed to set that back.
Are you saying that you can't do a court in a front facade of a quality housing building? Or that the facade...
Right, you could do recesses, but I don't think you...
I don't believe that.
You have to, once you have if one makes the assumption that you have to do the street wall, you have to do a certain percentage of the street wall, so...
So it's got to be 50% closed. And we've been through, sort of the iterations.
50, all right, so it could be 50% not closed, and it could be, some of it could be a court or a setback within the overall facade. Am I wrong?
I don't believe so. Again, it's the definition of street wall, but the minimum street wall is required and has to have a certain density to it, so there aren't allowed to be significant cuts into it that would create courts.
Leave it to lots, as it's been.
You can get a variance to keep it lower like that.
Yes, we're having a discussion here, so I'll request the audience to just hold their comments.
I'm pretty sure that in quality housing you can have front courts of certain percentages and proportions that would be set back as long as they meet the outer court requirements. And also, is this not a district where you're required to align with one or the other facades?
No. What we're doing is we're extending up the facade, which is at the street wall itself.
Right.
So,
At the property.
No, I know, but this is not one of those quality housing districts in a historic district where you're required to align with one or the other facades?
In terms of vertical height?
In terms of your street wall, I think that there's some, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think there's some quality housing districts where you're required to build at the lot line or at one of the adjacent building lines, and you get to pick which one.
Well, the problem is we have this building already built.
No, I know, but I don't know if that would force you to comply with a non-compliance, for instance. If all the buildings on the lot, let's say, were set back 10 feet, and your building was at the street line, and I could be wrong on this, but I thought that in some quality housing districts and historic districts, you're required to set the building back, or I would imagine the addition to the building back, so that it aligns with one or the other of the adjacent buildings. And I don't know if this is that district or not.
It's a split district because Washington Street is a C4 district, and a portion of the site is an R6. So it's a blended district. Quality housing is available for development on the site, but it is as a blended site, not a quality housing district.
Okay, but the C44, how much does that extend over your property? The C44A?
A significant amount, actually. Leo, could you go to that?
That's a contextual district, you're required to, you don't have any options there, you're required to do, it has to be quality housing, you have to do the street wall. Well, the portion that's outside in the R6, you could apply.
There's a plan here that has the zoning overlay. You'll see the line labeled there, C44A, R7A equivalent, R6.
So Chair, I just want to ask you to clarify your question. So if they had chosen to leave the facade as it is, just to leave it exactly the same, would anything that they did behind that existing facade trigger that they couldn't leave the facade as it is? Is that what they're saying, that anything that's done?
There are two issues. One is whether you're required to do the street wall, and the second is, do you have to do the street wall regardless all the way to its, so what is the location of the street wall, and the other is the height of the street wall.
So because you're building something well behind that facade. Is that what you're saying?
On the site, you built something.
If you were in a contextual district, the C44A district, once you enlarge, you have to meet those requirements of the street wall, and my understanding is it's at the street line. It doesn't allow you to do the setback. But how high you can go, I think more my question, you have to go to 40 feet if in fact your building is only going to be 30 feet tall.
But all of this is showing yet again the disparity between planning, zoning, and landmarks and what's appropriate. So, I mean, I think it's interesting to know these things, but in the end of the day, we have to find what's appropriate, and when it's not conforming with zoning, then there's another issue, and it's too bad that the city has these problems, but it's what we have to deal with.
Just one thing to add to that is the zoning has been reviewed and cleared by the DOB.
I'm sorry?
Zoning has been reviewed and cleared by the DOB.
Yeah, that's, I mean, the way the zone is, it's as a mark. There's no elevation for it.
All right. Do you want to respond to any of the comments that were made about the tower itself and its scale? Okay. All right, we have questions? Yes, Kim, go ahead.
So, I've had problems like this in the past when some buildings, that portion that's the tower, why isn't that considered a sliver? Can you speak up, please? The mic. I'm sorry.
The portion of the building that's a tower, why isn't that considered a sliver? In that the width is less than 25 to 45 feet, and you shouldn't be able to go more than the width of the street.
The full width of the lot is 110 feet as combined.
Right, but the sliver rule applies to the width of portions of the building. So once you go above 40 feet, the width of that building has now narrowed down to less than 45 feet. So doesn't it?
I want to...
You may not be able to go to 90 feet, but it's limited to 60 feet, or the width of the street.
Right.
This came even less than that.
I don't believe that the sliver is applicable in this district, but I will certainly look at it. It's not applicable across all districts.
Okay, do we have, other questions?
It is not currently a residential building. It is...
Doing residential.
Correct.
So you're going by the residential home regulations, right?
Right.
So it's applicable.
but for conversion.
Okay, do we have any other questions? All right, thank you. Okay, if we don't have any questions, we can close the hearing. All right,
Can I ask another question?
no. I'm sorry, we're not taking questions from the audience. But if you have questions, you can speak to our staff afterwards.
Okay, thank you.
All right, I don't know where to start, but obviously, I'm sure a lot of commissioners have comments on this. And, it was a very interesting presentation and intriguing in terms of drawing from different building typologies and thinking creatively and trying to satisfy a program that some could think is laudable, having a lot of green space. But I think for me, in the end, all those ideas are not reflected in this building. And I think that for me, everyone had to go from the most, what don't we use the most egregious, but the one that I think comes up a lot, which is the tower. I think the tower, I just grapple with the idea that this tower is representative or drawing from what has been identified as the inspiration, which are these water towers and other industrial-type smokestacks. I think the scale of this is very different. I think the treatment of it is very different. I think it's an interesting idea, but the execution fails to actually make that translation. So I think that once you take that this argument doesn't hold any sway, then the idea of this tower within the setting also, I think, for me, fails. And so I find that very, very problematic, and I don't think I could really support this form based on those arguments. I think that the interesting thing is that there's a lot of opportunities here on the site in terms of what you want to do. If you want to have a single-family home and have these two lots, you want a certain amount of square footage, you want to have livable space, you want to have a garden. So I think these choices that you've made are intriguing, but I don't think for me they can really fit within this context in this historic district. And so there are other options here. And I'm not saying that, let's try a better option. I think you have to find an option that's appropriate, and I just think this option is not appropriate. Yes. All right, we're having a discussion here, so it'd be helpful if you hold it.
I also thought the presentation was intriguing, as we expect from this architect and this team. And I think that the ensemble of shapes and surfaces and so forth is intriguing and beautiful. It was pointed out that the client has other properties in the Hudson Valley or the Caribbean or somewhere, and I think this ensemble would be appropriate perhaps more in those locales than on Jane Street. I think it's just inappropriate here. And three things very quickly, I think it could be so easily rectified too, The tower is clearly inappropriate in my judgment and has no precedent that applies and can't be supported, but the spaces in it can certainly be accommodated behind the number two problem I have, which is a huge glass industrial wall. I don't have a problem necessarily with the wall, but to see right through it and into a garden is a little bizarre, perhaps brought on by the zoning issues that you're referring to, and I'm not even alluding to those because we don't. So those spaces could easily be put behind those glass walls, and that solves that problem. The third problem I have, big problem, is the wood addition, and I think it's not only the wood, which I think is a little too bizarre, but it's also just too upfront and high, and something set back and lower, or even non-existing there. So I think, as the chair has just said, there's a lot of opportunity to do this project here, but I think it has to be rearranged, and so I can't support it as it is.
Other commissioners? Yes, Michael.
Preliminary precept for appropriateness, in my view, is whether this is something that improves the district. This is absolutely nothing that improves this district.
Other comments, yes, Heidi?
I think that the presentation, and just in general, I think the approach of these architects to the project they're exploring something, and I would dare to say that they're exploring something that has a kind of an artistic aspect to it. They're wanting to make form. They're careful about and sensitive to context. They have a sense of palette and of texture and of color, all of these things. So I commend that. And but I think that I have an argument with the first premise that the architect articulated, which was that he said that this project could be a both and. And I think that with all of the other issues that have been already brought up, I think that is in part the real problem here, because I don't think that towers, a kind of this idea of a tower set deep within this, away from this facade, is flawed. In fact, there's a chance that it could have been poetic, that it could have been singular, that it could have not competed with the context and with this kind of this poignant special block. But it's the both and approach, this kind of wanting all of it, that I think is the problem, and that undermines what would otherwise be a truly poetic approach to, let's say, just the tower. A poetic approach to the tower would mean that the tower would not have to be, pumped with program, with, the extra dishwasher, with the stair and the elevator and all the spaces to use. That it would be, a kind of a space, whether it was for contemplation or for reading, but that it had a kind of singularity about it. Instead, it had to be everything. And then, everything space-wise, accommodate all of the modern-day needs that one might have. And so it kind of got fattened, and it lost its relationship to all of to the precedent that was cited, to the specialness, to the sweetness, to the idiosyncrasy of those jutting skyline pieces. But the other both and this has to do with where I would point a direction going forward that tries to happen here, is that it's, and granted, it might be because of the zoning issues, so I want to put those aside, but the idea of having the street wall all the way up to the front and 40 feet high, and the tower, seems to me to be too much. Again, a fattened approach to this thing. If the facade were to remain exactly as it is, the two buildings distinct, their heights, their crenellation, their profiles, what they are, and then potentially a kind of a singular, again, a refined, a reduced tower with a kind of a poetic use or reason for being set well behind, and the beautiful garden. I can completely see that as a reasonable project, but the kind of the bringing it all out to the street, the height on the street, this extra fat tower seems to me to be just too much.
Other comments? Any other comments? Yes, John?
At the risk of being after hearing that, and I feel like the simpleton here and the anti-intellectual, all I did was look at page 40. And when I looked at page 40, I understood two things. One is this is a really cool building that, if I could, I'd love to live in it. But if I wanted to live in it, I would never find it on Jane Street.
Okay, I just want to delve in a little deeper on some of these other issues. So there is the issue of the tower, and I understand your point, but I want to just say, I think for me, I think the problems with also just having a one-story building and you step back and you see the tower, I think it's I think it would be sort of, I don't know, unwieldy in an odd form. And at some point, I think, even if you make it as slim, like a smokestack or something, which is what it's being inspired by, probably the program will not be accommodated, and so the project kind of fails on that, because ultimately we want to build something over here. I know that, Fred, you had some concerns about the street wall going up to 40 feet. I don't have such a problem with it. I think that maybe it was the facade or something, maybe it's wrong, but I actually, the wood, I would agree. I think that seems like a material that wasn't clear where it was coming from, and its treatment, and its juxtaposition with the rest of the buildings, I think doesn't work. But I think that the first building, which if that is 85 Jane? Yeah. Okay, the one towards the west, and while I know we've heard testimony about the parapet, but I think even with this enlargement and with the industrial window, so to speak, actually is quite attractive. And I think that, for me, I think if they remass it and use all that program that they have in the tower and bring it to one floor and still have their garden above, I think it could work. And so I think that's what I think what Fred and I probably were alluding to, that there's potential on this to mass your building differently. But I think that's my feeling about at least that building, 85. And in terms of the other one, which is 89 Jane, I mean, it is a zoning issue, which is sort of unfortunate because they have a piece which is set back all the way at the back, and that could be okay, and to retain the building profile as is, because it's, again, garden in the front. But in the absence of they can't do that because of the zoning issues, then I think then the treatment of whatever street wall extent, I don't know, I think they should think about that as well, and whether they really need to have that piece all the way at the back. Yes.
I'll go in 2 cents. I agree with a lot of what's been said. I think that I personally think that the wood as a material is okay. It does have precedent in the village and in this part of the village. I think that the problem for me with it is its planarity and the kind of two-dimensional quality of the entire facade. And I think, again, I could be totally wrong on the zoning, but I don't believe that it's as rigid and totalitarian as it's being presented. I think that you could have dimensionality, you could have either courts or recesses or a reading of dimensionality that would allow you to, for instance, have some kind of visual transition from the townhouse plane to the building plane that would allow you to retain some of the variegation in the streetscape that the architects noted in a positive way as being part of the characteristic of the far west village. I think that if you were able to reintroduce some three-dimensionality so that you could see the profile of the old building within the new, I think that it would be much more successful, and I would urge them to try to explore that with the DOB and figure out how far they can push that envelope literally back to create that variegation. I agree with Adi on the tower. I think it could have been a nice idea. It kind of, but with Michael on like why the hell is it here, though, I think it's what could have been a kind of beautiful belvedere over the vineyards of Tuscany here becomes like looking in your neighbor's back windows, and like what are you really looking at from up there? I mean, maybe you can grab a little view of the Hudson if you get high enough up, but it's got frosted windows in the first place, so you're not really looking out. I get the romantic intent. I think that it just really falls flat here. I don't see it happening.
Okay, any other comments? All right, well, I think, this general feeling that this approach map may have to be rethought. I think there's maybe certain elements that you can retain, but we won't take any action now, and, we'll look forward to seeing the next iteration. Thank you.
Commissioners, also, we want to read several items into the record that will not be presented today, but at a future date. And that's items 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, and 35.
It doesn't matter.